All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome to our Monday, April 17th special meeting of council. The budget discussion, 9:30. Purpose of the meeting is to discuss the 2023 budget and go over some of the notes from the last meeting of April 8th. Staff did a great job at bringing back a lot of the questions we asked, and a lot is answered in the report today. So I'll call the meeting to order. Remind council of declaration of pecuniary interest if it arises. You can declare it now, or if something pops up later, declare it then. We're going to move right into the business of today, and that's Lionel's going to start off with all the new information that's on here, and maybe do a summary of that, and any additional information. So. Lionel?
Thank you, Chair. I certainly won't go through everything. I'm sure everybody's read it, but if we go to the third page of the package, it has a list of all the motions made that affect the net tax levy. So as you can see, with those changes, the net tax levy increase is 4.2, and the residential tax rate increase is 3.9%. Now, the rest of the report is a summary of any and all changes. Now, if I missed something, that's fine. I can certainly add to the list, but any and all changes to wording, to projected actuals, additional information asked for, and that includes a chart starting on page 7. That is the 2023 projects that were approved in prior years, and as a part before it indicates, I think it's council's wish to have these projects not in the 2024 budget, and to have them set out somewhere else, which is fine. If any of those projects have additional funding that is required, then I'm sure that can be in the 2024 section, but yeah, that's fine. I can certainly make that change, but this is for information for this year, the 2023 budget. And the last several papers have to do with the open peak costs, and there's a lot of information on these, but the first two summary pages, the first page on page 13 is a reconciliation that we just recently received for 2021. And what's interesting is that for the past 4 or 5 years, the adjustment, for this case, the 2021 year adjustment, it's always been between 10 and 20,000. But what they reconcile is pretty much everything you see there. They reconcile the number of households. Say, for instance, you know, they were projecting 4,379. There's 4,380 now. So they were off by one. They literally would look at commercial industrial properties as well. Reconcile the cost to actual, but it is always seemingly fairly close to what they projected. And so it is 2 years behind, which it's quite a time period to reconcile costs, but that is their process. And yeah, and the rest of that is, the second page is what they estimate the cost to be for 2023. So that's their starting point, which in 2 years will then be compared to a similar sheet to on page 13, just, you know, how things actually went. And from page 17 on, it's quite a incredible amount of information they put into this. So it's pretty interesting. They have their, you know, cost per FTE, excuse me. You know, there are base services and calls for service components. So yeah, won't go through all that, but that's essentially everything that goes into how they allocate costs.
Are there any questions with regards to that?
What's the whole, sorry.
The police thing, I guess, is where we left off, so it's a good lengthy thing.
Well, for you, Chair, I think I was maybe the one that asked for it, and I don't think I asked for that kind of detail. It was a simple question: what are our fixed costs and what are our floating costs? And first of all, we started off that no, we didn't do it that way, and we do. And then I just wanted to split out because it's to get at the reserve that I was trying to get at. This other information is wonderful, but it doesn't add any particular value to what I was looking for, but it's good information for sure.
So moving forward, I think, you know, even over this year, I know I benefited when we were doing, we used to have a lot of discussions around the OPP budget, and we got to understand it a little bit, not completely. I still don't understand it 100% even now. And it's one of those things that we don't have a lot of choices anyways, but it's something that we need to follow. So I think you're talking about that reserve that was there. We do have 500,000 in the reserve, and I think between now and the next budget, we need to find out, you know, I kind of remember why that was put in there, and I think you talked about it hard around when things were spiking a few years back. They were all over the place every year. We never know where we stood. So
Yeah, future, that is exactly what they have. And in terms of the cost, everything is allocated based on the volume for their customers. So there's no, their base services is going to be allocated based on, you know, the costs, say for instance, households. There's no chunk of money that is okay, you're paying this, no matter how many households, no matter how many calls. Everything is allocated based on some method. So that's why they allocate it every 2 years.
So I think,
Reconciling.
and I think their contract comes up either this year or next year. So that's when, you know, that might take you never know where it's gonna go. So we just need to know whether it's bloated or like from the past, or whether we need to, if there's an opportunity there to narrow that down a bit moving forward.
Chair, maybe I misread the report, that I thought one component is on per capita, which is the one that's going to be the hard cost, give or take, because those are moving numbers, but not by huge amount. And the other is by incident, which I assume is the floating part of the cost. You can almost pay the per capita cost.
That's right.
And that's basically what I was asking for, since, so I don't know since when, but that's the basic. It's a fixed cost, give or take, because it can't be accurate until they actually send us, but the floating costs, because the criminals don't know there's borders here. So anyway.
So, Studio Chair, the most base you can get as far as fixed costs would be the base services column. But it will change, as you mentioned. There is a component that is allocated, so. But the calls for service would be more accurate to say that they were floating, they were variable.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just to that, I think, I don't know if it was this year, last year, our police costs did go down, didn't it? Like
This year it went down.
Yeah, just barely, but I think that's where that would be reflected, Jerry. Probably because we had less calls for service. I don't know that 100%, but the only reason I think that they would go down.
So for the next bill, like, you know, we have had them here before to give us a little more of an explanation. And I think with such a new council here, maybe it's time again to get them to come in here and do an overview of the budget of their what they gave us here, because it's a lot of information, but it's really beneficial to have them come here and go through it and give you an idea of what, you know, what we're getting for our money and how we got to the number there. Without spending hours on it, they can go over it and give a good overview. I think we had that maybe 3 or 4 years ago. And it was really helpful. So that might be something that we need to do this year, is ask them to come in and give us a bit of an overview. When does this come due? Is this at the beginning? Well, it's January 1st to December 31st. So because this is one of those ones when we were doing the budget before Christmas, we were just guessing And that's where we were getting in trouble, like we were just guessing, it's pretty static now, but at one time it was all over the place. It was, that's I think why that reserve is there. And it might be kind of premature to get rid of it right now, until we go through this next, contract negotiations that the OPP will have, just to see, because that's where that number could change. If there's a drastic increase on that side. So, but for this year, let's see if we can get them in. If that would be helpful, I think it would be helpful just to, let them explain their process here and go over what we're getting for our money. And, but for now, it's a document that we could receive for today, and hopefully it's helpful. So if somebody want to make a motion to receive the OPP billing information for the budget process, moved by Councilor Clement, seconder. Seconded by Councilor Flagler, all in favor? And that's carried. Okay. Carry on, Lon.
Thank you, Chair. That was it. I certainly, all of these items in the chart were discussed and asked for, so if anybody has any questions on what's been provided, I'm happy to answer.
Okay, like I say, it was well done. Read, and we did ask a lot of questions at the last time, and you seem to capture most of them here. So, Councilor Doherty, go ahead.
Through your chair, number 7, the financing, did we actually decide we're going to do that? Because I remember the thing is that we should look at it, see whether it's an answer, but are we actually going that route? Was that approved? Because I don't remember. Just a question.
There, in my recollection it was, but perhaps I'll defer to our CEO on that.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Martin, it was also my recollection that the direction was to move that to a different location in the budget. I had that in my notes.
So sure, I think Councilor was looking at the first chart, sorry, on page 3, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, that's right. Yeah,
Sorry,
you're
I'm looking
sorry.
at it. Yeah, sorry about that. I'm looking at the wrong chart. Okay.
Backup generator.
Financing was 3 years offset. Yes, I believe I also had that in my notes that was their direction. Because the financing option was a zero cost.
With Aqua. That was with Aqua.
I'm just saying, I thought it was discussed and not, we're going to see whether it made sense to do it that way. But if it's approved, everybody's okay, I'm fine. I just didn't understand it that way.
Okay. Any other questions around that? So, and most of them, or all of them, we did on that first page there, we did motions to, so I would think there'd be something there, but. So with that, then Lionel, I guess we could move into the public works capital.
Well, are we going through the chart?
Which chart do you want to go through there?
Well, I'm on page 5. I don't know where,
Okay.
Just tell me where I should be then.
No,
It's number 11. I have questions on through you, Chair, if that's okay. If I do. And maybe just a point of clarification. What was the net return on the portfolio? The fixed one is with.
Second look.
That one doesn't have a lot of them. I did circle it. A lot of things are going to be coming at the 2024. Things will be adjusted and shown better into the 2024 budget. That one there is not one of them. It's for today. For that.
Okay, on page 40, there's the summary of the realized income that being sold and invested, and the market values for the return for 2022
for book value was 3.7%. And for unsold, that being the fluctuation of the equity components, it was minus 8.1. And it has some comparatives there for the different stock indexes.
That is net, just for you, Chair, that is net.
That's net.
Okay, so we spent $56,000 to get a 3.7% return.
Yeah, and we made more money than that. Yeah. Our interest income. Our income from the funds.
I don't think that was really, you know, anyway, that's fine. And so is the total we have was Scotia 1 then 10.1?
So our total right now would be about 7 million in investments
To one
through
and
one. Yeah.
Thank you.
Just for clarification on Lionel, page 5, under 12. About the utilities for roads, I think. Did we make an adjustment for that? No, I know I have it in mind, but I don't see it here on the changes made that page.
So do you share the projected actual?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did make a change on the spreadsheet, and when this gets reprinted, after it's approved, I'll have a fresh book for everybody.
So the 4.2 will reflect that, whatever it is, 48,000 coming out of, like, or it doesn't reflect that.
Through Chair, I'm sorry, I'm looking at item 12 on page 5, is that correct or?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So the projected actuals for utilities was
13.3.
yeah,
But in the list here, it's at 61.
in your budget book, sir?
Oh, sorry, 69. Yeah, I'm looking at the wrong one. Got it.
Okay.
I just looked at the wrong
Oh,
one.
it's good.
I apologize.
No,
Get too many scribbles.
Yeah, the book's getting wore out by the end of the budget. We scribbled so many things.
Sorry.
no. And just to clarify,
But, oh, sorry, but just to that, it's only, I guess, 3,900 now, but that, it's not listed in here. That would be reflected. Aren't these the change, like page 3 is the tape? Right?
yeah, to the net tax levy, but this is projected actual future, so. The first part was just things that are gonna affect the tax rate, but this being the projected actuals, like the 2022.
Yep.
It didn't, so I just wanted to separate the.
No problem. I got you.
Yeah.
Nope. There any other questions with on charts? Yeah. Yeah, the one that I liked and I had it, you know, for later will be the OMPF and changing the way we're doing it next year. I need to do there. I think I had that in my notes, but that will be helpful next year. For this year, we're using the admin reserve from the OMPF, but for the OMPF, but next year it'll be kind of a number to work from through the budget, and we'll see where we're at with it. For right now, it just gets lost into the admin reserve, so I think that'll be really helpful. The questions on those charts. We'll go through them one by one, but I think we'll all have a chance to look at them there. If there's any specific questions.
Give me a page, what page we're on, so I know.
Oh, no, I'm just on the chart right up to, from 1 to 19 there, right up to page 6. Yep. So, but if there's anything that jumped out at you with any questions, we've got a few questions, but for the most part, I think it's all explained there pretty well. So.
I just have one question. This is page 7. Development chart study 2022, so it's budgeted for 32, but the expenses were 2,900. Is the unspent 29. And then I guess that was reserve and we're doing that back out for the development charge study. What's the future?
So the amount that had been budgeted would have been the 32,800.
Yeah.
And only 29,994 was spent, so only 29,994 came out of the reserves, so it actually never left. The 29,800, so it's still there for us to use in 2023.
So that whole chart is things that were approved prior years and
Yeah, so we don't take anything out of reserves, the money isn't utilized, so to speak. Until the money's spent.
Yeah.
So all that was spent was the 3,000, so that's all the money that was actually taken out of the reserves. So 30,000 is still sitting there.
Right.
And through you, Mayor Martin, that project is coming back to council, and in fact, there'll be a delegation as well as council regarding development.
That was my,
Yeah.
that was the question. Okay, thank you.
Sure, you can, here, I'm sorry, this may be really great, but it really confuses me. When we have the, all of the 23 budget, I guess this is pre-approved the years prior. I'm still at a loss that they just aren't shown as. That's what the expenditure was approved, that's what's unspent, and it never really appears. It is really, I don't see what it's got to do with the 23 budget. It only has to do with the reserve. And I keep getting these things, there's so many columns and minuses and pluses and over the, I just want to know, the money's been set aside for this and not spent, so it's an outstanding project. So it goes on our outstanding project list, right?
yeah. So that's where I think these charts show that the when it's coming from the admin reserve or roads reserve or wherever it's coming from. These things, like it says, where they were approved prior to 2023. This is just bringing them out to show us, because in this book, it didn't show it. Where now we asked at the last meeting to bring these out so we can see what's new this year. And there isn't a lot of new stuff in the budget this year. Most of it is, that's why, unfortunately, when you ask, if you were to say pull it, it's not gonna make any difference on the percentage, because we've already, it just hasn't been spent yet. And that's what this chart's showing us, is what we planned on last year and what wasn't spent. And it's coming from the reserve, so any new things that we put in today, if we get the opportunity, like, there's some things that council wanted to see in there. Will be a new item, and they'll have to come from somewhere, and that's what we'll have to decide today, right?
Mr. Mayor, I think that was the plan, is that when we establish these new reserves, we'll have for each department a capital reserve, in which each one of these items will be detailed in terms of when it was budgeted, the year it was budgeted, the year it was supposed to be completed. I think more than anything too, in terms of tracking the money, it'd be good for us to keep track on which one of these projects haven't been completed. There's a number of projects here that were not completed last year, so.
Yeah, so this just highlights the ones that, so it doesn't confuse people in budget when they're looking at it and thinking it's a new project. But you're not paying again, it's showing right here, it's coming from reserve, because we already put it there. So we didn't finish.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it does confuse people because it is no reflection on what we're doing to spend. Doing capital buying items now. It has nothing to do with the budget we're going to spend this year. This has been previous budgets, the money's reserved. So this is in a budget package that we're discussing for next year's spending.
Yeah,
That's
so
all I'm trying to say. To me, it confuses me every time, but it doesn't take a lot, as we know. So
no, but when we get to the final document, I think like Lionel referred to earlier, once we finish all of the things that we want for this year, that final document is going to show what's new this year, and there'll be a summary page at the end of it that we can speak about, that what's new this year. Like if you get a call about something that's happening on one of our roads, like the third line, that was last year, shows in here, that we're just finally going to be able to get to it, but it's not new money. So.
So
Councilor Clement?
through you, Chair. So I guess at first I was confused, but now I realize all of this stuff is just stuff that the last council approved, it's waiting to be spent, but not spent.
We didn't get
It was supposed to be done in 2022.
Right, so these are the projects that are waiting to be done this year. So anything that we approve will be totally new.
Yeah,
This
anything,
does not affect this. This has already been approved, it's put away. Okay, gotcha. Okay, that's,
So
yeah, so yeah,
It's really clear.
I'm okay with it now. No, it's.
And it'll
I've
all-
looked at it, but this does not affect our new items that we're gonna pass.
And I think that's, so the discussion that we had at the last meeting, I think that's, there again, I keep looking at the 2024 budget. These things will be all cleared up in the 2024 budget. Everything will be, this, if this had been in the first book, it probably would have been easier to understand that it wasn't, these weren't new projects. These projects, like when you see the third line getting done, we passed that last year. Unfortunately, we didn't have time to get to it. So when people see that third line on there in the book, you might think, oh, that's this year's. Well, no, it's not. So hopefully these charts help to get through this year. And next year we'll have, like Art said, the, it'll be more detailed as far as, what's new.
Okay.
Through you, Chair, I asked, CAO Bob about this. If a project was approved in 19, 20, 21, 22. And it didn't get done, and the prices to do the project are the same. For example, does Peter know he should be going ahead with that project? Or does it have to come back and go through council in order to get reapproved to do the same thing? Because they could get quite a jump on it because we're a little late.
So that's what you're gonna see a lot of with the way the economies went in the last few years. You're gonna see a lot of stuff like that that was passed, even our equipment reserve. We already know with fire and public works and any of that equipment, we do the best we can on putting the cost of inflation into that every year into that reserve. But with what happened in the last couple of years, we're seeing it everywhere. Good point. George Street.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, let's go to the third line.
Third line.
Third line. If nothing's changed there, or does Peter assume that project is going and he's already revitalized the contract? Because as it was put last year, I think it would be pushed over if the contract that we had, the price remained the same. Well, if everything's the same, then road should be able to move on with that project before this budget gets approved. Is that a yes, or is that?
So he would go ahead with it, but not when the price comes in, if it's outrageous, it would have to come back to council to find out where you're getting the extra funds.
The question, sorry, through you, Mr.
So yes, he would tender that out.
If the prices to do the third line are the very same in 2023 as they were in 22.
Yeah.
Why can't we proceed on with that without coming back to council? If it's not the same numbers and it's gone up, then it's a new item. You have to add the cost to it. That wasn't really my question. My question was, if the numbers remain the same.
Yeah, he would go, like, I think you tendered for it already, right, Peter, for the third line?
Through you, Mayor Martin, I have put in on the county tender, and they are to be submitted back in December, so we've just received the results.
So what happened to what happened to last year's tender? For the third line, because the work was to be done, we just didn't have time.
So through you, Mayor Martin, the last 2 previous years, I've put in the third line through the Peterborough County for surface treatment. The ultra-thin asphalt, which council did approve for the third line. We have to put that tender out yet for 2023. So with that.
So did you put it out last year and then we just didn't get at it?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Martin, yes. So we need to put it out this year for 2023 for the ultra-thin asphalt, if council approves the third line to go with the ultra-thin asphalt or go with the surface treatment.
And the reason we didn't get at it last year wasn't the contractor's fault, it was. How does that work? I think I kind of get where Jerry's coming from. So if we put a tender out for that job last year and we didn't get at it, would that price hold?
So
Unless it was our fault that they didn't get at it.
through you, Mayor Martin, so we do most of the tender was just for this, like for the asphalt or the surface treatment. The rest we put out tenders, it's out right now for granule materials and hired equipment. So those prices are going to change yearly, adjust somewhat yearly for fuel and cost for the contractors put in. And those prices come in, and that's how we go about doing the work ourselves, because we have the prices for the gravel or for the equipment that we need on that road to do the to do most of the work ourselves, which is the cost savings.
So the third line without, the reason, from what I remember on any of the construction, we didn't get at it because of the storm. It wasn't like, as much as we went out for the tender for the surface treatment part of it. We didn't get at the base because of the storm. Basically, we ran out of time. So that tender that we put out for that, that's just a, how does that work? That tender that you put out for the material to surface treat it, just gets thrown away and then they get a new tender this year for it?
Through you, Mayor Martin, I can go to the contractor and see if they will hold for the price of the Ultra asphalt on the third line. But it was included in the tender for the old Norwood Road and the Round Lake Road for the Ultra asphalt, which we did get completed. But yes, it was the storm that put us way behind and we were still coming out of the COVID and locates, where I was 3 months waiting for locates for the Round Lake Road, and the permits was a big hold up as well on the culverts.
So I think what you're saying, Jerry, is was the price locked in for this year of the third line? I'm just using the third line for now. That's one, like, what happened with that tender then?
For you, Mr. Mayor, maybe CIO Bob can help me out, but. And I wasn't on council then, and it was moved forward on a motion. But I thought, and correct me because I don't really remember all that well, that it would say, yeah, can we get that same price next year? I think was part of the discussion, maybe not in the motion. And I'm wondering if we could, and it doesn't matter at this point, we're sending it back out, and it can't be, they can't go ahead with it now because it isn't approved, because the numbers are changed. So
They might change. They may be the same, like it's
you can't prove a might budget though.
no, but so if it comes back and there's any drastic change there, it'll come back to council that, you know, it's coming in at 10% over budget, you know, and some options, and it would be council that finalizes that part of it. Yeah, we've seen a lot of that in the last little bit.
So through you, Mayor. So Peter, so the tenders have gone out. The construction never used to start until all the frost was over with certain dates. So what is the return date for the tender?
It's 3 Mayor Martin. So our hired equipment and materials are the April 19th
And then,
closes.
okay, and then when would you expect construction to start?
Through you, Mayor Martin, we can start, we are just finishing up, starting and finishing, going to be finishing our sweeping and our grading. So as soon as we get those two maintenance programs completed, we'll be started on our construction, on our road construction. So it'll probably be mid-May to the end of May before we can get started.
Thanks, Peter. Okay.
Okay. So. Yeah, is there anything else on that there?
I just have one question. What projects were finished last year in 2022?
You have that list with it. Round Lake Road was one of them, but
Through you, Mayor Martin, I do not have that list in front of me, but the two major ones was Old Norwood Road and Round Lake Road. So they both, the remaining half of each road was completed last year, along with the major culvert replacement as well on Round Lake. So that was our major project for last year.
Okay, so is it safe to say that your projects, how many do you think you can accomplish per year?
Through you, Mayor Martin, the third line is quite a project, just being the length of it, and the extent, you know, for the ditching and the culverts. But that would be one really good project for the Public Works Department, as well as we have Baker Road on there too for 1.2 kilometers, and that really bad area, which really does need to be addressed. So that would be a full summer for the Public Works Department.
So roughly 2 projects.
Yes, and through you, Mayor Martin, again, because we need to get if we are going to do surface treatment, we do need to get that done earlier in the year, as I believe it's September 30th is the latest that we can surface treat, just for weather and the temperatures are getting cold. So we prefer to have those done in August while the temperatures are still. Yes.
So the surface treatment, is that the same I'll just say same road as Round Lake Road?
Through you, Mayor Martin, no, Round Lake Road is a new product that they've come up with. It's actually asphalt. It's an HL2, or they call it an ultra thin asphalt. So what it's 30 millimeters thick of asphalt, fine stone, for easy explanation. And what they do is they up the polymers in the asphalt. So it'll give, when the frost comes out of the road, it'll move, and then it'll return to shape after the frost is out of the road. So it is a little bit more money per square meter as how they price it.
Yeah.
Right now, I believe, don't quote me, but we're just around the $8 mark per square meter for surface treatment. Last year, the ultra thin asphalt was just over 11.50 or 11.25. So it is a little bit more per square meter. But as the contractors are saying, that it's less maintenance and longer life expectancy.
That was my next question. So is the third line going to be using that technology, or is it the older version of road?
Through you, Mayor Martin, it was last year approved for the ultra thin asphalt
Okay,
for the new, yeah.
all right. And one more question, the sixth line. That project that was supposed to start last year and didn't start this year. Now, what treatment are you going to use in there?
Through you, Mayor Martin, is this in the 6-line transfer?
Yeah, the
station?
transfer
Yeah,
station.
so it'll be pavement, actual pavement, yeah,
Okay,
yes.
We did the 6-line at the dump there too, or at the transfer station. We did that road with the paving. It was a real full on paving because of the traffic that's on there.
right.
And I
And how
think
does that hold up for the, like, if you pave it, how does that hold up? Like, is it 1 year, 2 years, or is it 5 years? Are you in there next year repaving or fixing potholes or?
Through you, Mayor Martin, so the ultra thin asphalt, I think we're on two little different topics, but like a normal asphalt is an HL8 and then a top layer of an HL3. But with the ultra thin asphalt, it's just one layer which goes down, and their life expectancy is 10 years.
Right.
For the surface treatment, 7, some 5 to 7, they rate it, so it's not, so it's almost double, but not quite. So it's definitely a third of the life expectancy is longer with less maintenance.
Right.
so moving forward, I really suggest this year. Again, we talked about this last time, but we need a policy. We've had good luck with the ultra thin. But there is quite a cost, and we talked about it at the county too, at what point like how they weigh up. You know, like, so the 6th line there, not the transfer station, but you're putting like a kind of a coat over top of what's there. We're not doing a reconstruction there. We're just trying to save it for another few years. So that's not, like, when we get into reconstruction, we're gonna have to have a policy in place on traffic. I think traffic comes into it, what type of traffic is on there, and whether we use ultra thin or whether we use surface treatment, because it's about at least a third more to go with the ultra thin. It's a great finish, but then they are working on the surface treatment and trying to, I think they've been playing with it so much over the last few years that it hasn't been lasting. And even us a few years ago, I think what's happening now is the county says if we're going in on their contract, we're gonna have to follow. We used to play with the granulars, and because we were here, we would use the trap rock, and we played with all of those things. Our warranty will be void if we started using. We gotta follow what the engineering is saying. And don't, like, we were used to go with 5/8 granular instead of 1/2 inch, and they said it was starting to mess with some of the system, and I think moving forward, it's gonna have to you're gonna have to follow what the engineering calls for, and or your warranty will be void. But we need to come up with a policy in the township on you know what we want to use. You know, if some roads can get away with surface treatment and we feel it'll stand up, we should do that, and we can get more roads done in a year. But the ultra thin is beautiful stuff. And it does seem to be, you know, we may change in a few years and say, you know what, we're only going to do half the roads that we used to do, but we'll do them with ultra thin and hope that we get more. But we had a seminar with this asphalt place, the guy that looks after them. And I think when you start weighing up, even when it's, you know, a third more, or some of them are going back and putting a screening over top of the surface treatment, and it starts to bring them up into a line that they're almost the same price. If we don't do that, but if we were doing that, then you start looking at, well, you know what, we might as well do it all as ultra thin asphalt. But I think that's something that we need to come up with and work with Peter and get a policy in place on when he's doing his budget. If it's a low volume road and we can get away with surface treatment, that's fine. But something like the 6th line, if it was a reconstruction, you probably would do, we would probably look at the ultra thin just because of how it's standing up and the traffic that it gets on it. But for this year, all it is a preservative that we were putting over it to try and make it last for another 7 to 10 years. So.
Okay, through you, Martin. So the 6th line, you're gonna repave the road from 48 to 7? Like I thought.
No, the
6th
other,
line was the
no,
transfer
not-
station.
that's the transfer station, but the road itself also, we're doing some preventative maintenance on it. Peter, you can.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Martin. So the 6th line, we're gonna put an overlay of surface treatment just to extend the life of the surface treatment that's in place. And that starts at County Road 48 and goes up to Preston Road to the Burnt Dam Preston Road intersection.
Oh, it's the opposite way.
Yeah.
And the 6th line pavements is in the transfer station.
Yeah.
Okay, so they're both the same. So the $100,000 that we approved, it was for the transfer and the
No.
line,
No,
Just transfer.
just the transfer,
Yeah, 2 different projects.
2 different projects.
Yes.
Okay, so that's a new one again for me. I guess I didn't get that at last meeting when I asked. Okay, so that is going to be on your list to do this year?
Yes, through you, Mayor Martin. Yes, it's presented in the budget. If council approves, then yes, we will go ahead and do the overlay on the 6th line of the surface treatment, like north of County Road 48 up to Preston Road, and then
And then the transfer station.
the transfer station.
Okay, so
Yes.
it's both. Okay,
So they're both are in the budget, I guess, council.
okay.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, sorry, I misunderstood that. And you will be okay to finish those jobs, like those 3 roads? What I see with the budget, and that's with your department and even Parks and Recreation, they have all these things that they want to get done. And yet I'm finding out this year that none of the things of last year were finished. So you want to, all I'm saying is like, I'd like to get back on track. So if we can finish and if you can do the 6th line, then I'm okay with that. But then at the end of the year, all those projects should be done.
Through you,
If that gives you the right time. Like, I don't want to say, well, you better get out there and get it done in a week. Like, I'm not like that. I don't mean it that way.
through you, Mayor Martin, hopefully everybody's on board. We can get some locates and contractors, and
Yes.
that's a lot of the trouble we struggled with over the last few years, but with the 3rd line, we should have no problem finishing it and getting it completed and underway here very shortly. And Baker Road, we know is in dire needs of some help there too. So, but it's a short stretch. So I think all in all, it's about 4.5 kilometers, if my memory serves me correct, for 4. So that's kind of an average for municipalities or townships, between 4 and 5 kilometers. That's a good goal.
Okay, all right.
so,
I think
so with,
moving forward, if we could just finish off with last year's projects so that we can get back on some projects that are more like for this year, not 4 or 5 years ago.
so what you're gonna find here, like, so when Peter's talking about the
Yes.
full-blown construction,
Yes,
the overlay, like, we only have 6 guys in the department, so the overlay hasn't got as much of our staff doing the work. It's a contract thing, because it's just putting the surface treatment on, and we have to prepare a little bit beforehand, the shoulders and all that stuff, but it's not like the 3rd line is a full-blown construction, tear it up, ditching, culverts, it's a full construction job where some of these, so there's 2 different jobs there that you're gonna be doing, Peter. Some are a lot of labor and some are a lot of contracting, so.
Yeah, for you, Mayor Martin, thank you. Yes, the overlays they're very low on the public works side of it, like Mayor Martin has said, is some shouldering and some patching, just prepping the road, sweeping,
that's
that kind of thing, and then it's just the surface treatment contractor comes in and they're in and out, they'll be gone in a day, so. But the third line, we'd be into like ditching cross culverts, entrance culverts if we need to be replaced. So there's definitely more, yeah, and then, road base, cloth, that sort of thing, so it's definitely a lot more expensive. Than just an overlay on the third, on the sixth line, so.
Okay,
Yeah.
understood. And I understand that you have to hire other companies to come in to do the topping. So, yeah, okay.
Jerry, did you, maybe just through you, Mr. Piggyback on Councilor Fletcher's point is that we do have to tidy up the past because there's really not much point of approving projects in 2023 that are going to go on the outstanding list for 2024. If we actually know that what's going to be done, then we can actually maybe set those aside for next year and actually get a project spending the money on that actually is going to be completed in 2023. And that kind of makes sense. And only Peter, Ryan, and whoever's in charge have to tell us how many projects they're going to do, because there's no sense of putting more projects in than they can do. It's just redundant.
And this is the first that we've got into this as far as, like I say, the past couple of years with like locates, to wait 3 months for locates. It's totally out of our control. I think, and I said this to Peter a couple of weeks ago, like even with the roads, new roads, there's only 2 roads on here. Other years we would have maybe 4 roads. But this year we're finishing last year. So I think that's why, as much as there's 2 new roads, there's still 2 past roads. So in a roundabout way, we've got 4 roads that are being done this year. 2 of them were already approved last year, but 2 are new. So moving forward, I think you'll find in the budget, at least from my memory, we always had about 3 or 4 roads that were getting done each year. And unfortunately, the ones that didn't get done last year carried over. So there's only 2 new roads. I think that's kind of what you're seeing. And if all goes well, it seems like we're coming back around that we should be able to, as long as we don't have supply chain shortages on some of that stuff, we should be able to get these done. And next year's will be all new roads. So we won't be talking hopefully carryovers.
Yes, I agree, through you, Mayor Martin. That would be great if they could finish the 2 roads they were supposed to do last year. And then the other 2 roads, that would be good. If Peter can, and of course, all the other contractors, if you can get them together. I think we've got to be more on top of what's going on. I mean, I get it that you have to put out the tenders, but if they come back and say, okay, well, we can take that road May 24th, then the public works should be in there making sure that road is ready for May 24th. And regardless if they come there and pave it on the 24th, even if you've got it done and ready and they're going to come in June, then you're off on another road starting it. Like, to me, we just have to finish what we've started, and I don't see any finishes.
Yeah.
I just see us starting, and I believe we have 70 projects, or capital projects somewhere. So I don't know. I would just like to try and get a few of them and get them done.
Yeah, that's all. Fine.
Sorry, I was going to confirm the number that was quoted there. Some projects are purchasing a printer, some are involved like a road reconstruction, some are small, but yeah, there's about 70.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, think about it, 70. I mean, I won't even be alive by the time the 70 is done. Right? Like, we need to prioritize and go forward.
Okay, Kathy.
Sorry, pretty man. So out of the 70 line, like you said, like a printer is still considered capital. That's going to be done, right? So in following up, so how many are actually big and how many are small? Like how many things do you know, like administration or whatever?
Well, everything's big.
Well, I know.
We need a printer.
Well, I know
So
the printer, for printer, you
to
just,
me, that would be pretty the easiest one. Would you?
well, that's okay, let's rephrase
So-
that then. What's the easy one? How many easy ones can you get rid of?
Why didn't we just have a list? Sorry, why didn't we get a list and then we say there's approved, that's approved, because it could be, I don't even know what our procurement amounts are for departments, so it's pretty hard to say, because if they're in a department and they have the approval to approve it,
I think it's 10, isn't it? Somewhere around
10 and 15.
So in reference to the list is here, so as far as ones that are easily knocked off, I mean, I guess it's the definition of easy, like. I could go through it and have a look, but I mean, I just came to sewer. I mean, those are certainly not going to be, but if you go to admin. The library is built, so I mean, that's easy. Fire. Pretty much all of these are just purchases, right? So I mean, they're gonna be all.
Sorry, through you. So, sorry, Lionel. I guess that's maybe a good way of putting it, purchases versus project. That.
Say that there's a number of things on this list here from last year that are purchases. Just as many as, that's what I'm getting at is, and you know, maybe to the mayor's point, some of this is supply chain stuff, but at the same time. I'd like to talk to other municipalities to see if they're getting this stuff, because I think they are.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, if supply chain doesn't work, we could always blame it on COVID.
Yeah, like we've seen it at the county too. There's a lot of stuff that didn't get done last year because of the supply chain. So, and that's where we're gonna have to change the way we're doing things as far as equipment replacement and things like that. And we can talk about that later, but you know, we're gonna have to start getting into some pre-approvals, the same as.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I may segue back to the pavement thing, the Ultra thing and the pavement. How long has Ultra been around? How many years? Who's pushing it? And what's the warranty? And what's the feedback on it generically with the other townships or counties? I think that's kind of
For you,
valuable.
Mayor Martin, if you go down Round Lake Road, you'll see, because that has the new pavement, and I mean, there's not a pothole, nothing on it, and it's been 3 years.
Yeah, but I guess that's what I want to know is how long has it been around? 3 years is good, but we've paved it twice, 5 years.
They've only paved that once.
No, we did it before, though. I think what Jerry's talking about, we did a surface treatment before that. And that's what blew apart.
And that's,
yes.
your answer.
So and that's when we're talking two different things there. And that's something, you know, I think we need some education on, you know, to bring, it's hard to do that at the budget time, but it means a lot in the budget when we start talking numbers on the difference. How long has microsurface been around, Peter? It's
through you, Mayor Martin, it's new to our area. There's one other township that's been using it for 15 years, and they're going right over top of their surface treatment, and they think it's fantastic. So it's been out for quite some time. It's just really gaining some ground here in the last 2 or 3 years and making us aware of it. So yeah, if it's I can maybe get a hold of the contractor or one of the contractors that, you know, and get some more information. Maybe I can get them to put something together for council to review.
Yeah, I don't want to get sorry to you, Mr. Right. It's not hung up on the cap on the budget. That's not what you mentioned. We want a policy. Well, if you're going to have a policy, we might as well get the information to make a policy.
yeah, we would have to. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, so we all understand it. It's there's a lot to it. You know, and through the years, it's like, you know, at one time you used to see surface treatment done on roads and it lasted 20 years. Now, you know, with all the chemicals that they're using now that are, you know, environmentally friendly, they may not be friendly for the road, but you know, it's but yeah, so that's what we need to do for the, you know, it'd be nice, it'd be good if we could do it over the summer, try and get somebody in to give some explanations on microsurface, or what do you call it, then I keep calling it microsurface, but and then the surface treatment, so you know exactly what it is. And when we go on the road tour, that might be a time, Peter, where you can show the difference, not even of how it's done. Okay. All right then. So is there anything else in these charts that if nothing you're going to? Go ahead.
Through you, Mayor Burton. The roof replacement at the town hall. I guess we paid $36,993 for the roof replacement. So is there more money we're owing, or there's roof replacement built in height?
What page are you on?
8.
Yeah, 8. Also, the replacement of the accessible ramp was 40,000, that's what was budgeted. And is paid 21, we'll round that off, 21,000. But there was a reserve, I guess, for it. So was there more for budget prior to 2022? Where that 60,000 came from? I mean. But we've already paid 20, and I believe I seen a bill that the accessible ramp was 56,000 plus tax, so 60,000.
You Chair, I'm not sure if we have Ryan on the line, but as far as the budget, about 40,000 for the accessible ramp would have been the budget in 2022, and as you correctly said, there would have been 21,000 spent.
Right,
And so prior to 2023, there would have been 19,000 not spent. But in this budget, it is proposed that instead of the 19,000 left, we actually need to spend 60. So that's 60 versus the 20, so it's an additional 40,000.
and why is that? Why the increase?
To be fair, I'd have to defer to Ryan, to be brutally honest. But that's what the total would be, so that would include the
And there's
20,000 that's left.
Ryan, speaking about the ramp over at the town hall.
Yeah, good morning. So I think I'm a little confused on what the question is, but I can tell you that last year we did the tenders and the price that came back on that tender. That the number that's in there represents what we have to have budgeted for this year to complete the job.
So she's talking,
Sorry, through you, Mayor. So I think, Ryan, when we were here the last time, did you not say the price had gone up because we had to do extra? When we're doing the ramp, we also had to do the part of the wall or something.
We knew about that.
Well, but that was approved, was it not like,
It could, oh, it was definitely, I think it was approved.
okay.
I just don't know what the cost is.
Yes, that is correct. There was when we removed the ramp in the fall, there was exposed brick there that needed to be replaced. So we went ahead and got that done so we could proceed with the new ramp installation.
so we spent 20,000 before, like for 2022. And then the balance has to be paid for, because it's in, the ramp's already there.
That's right.
Okay, so Ryan, the pre-expenses, that was for all that work done to the building, right? Before the ramp put up, the 20,000 is what you said? So the unspent from the budget year, which was last year, is 20,000. And I believe that the cost of the ramp was 56,000 plus taxes. So I'm not understanding why it's 80,000.
For you, Mayor Martin, the report that was brought to council that was approved, the cost was 66,000. And then there's additional costs there to get the brickwork completed.
So when that motion was passed, it was the past council that passed it, but it didn't have the expenses there.
What was the 20 grand for last year?
Through you, Mayor Martin, the 20,000 is what we paid the contractor as progress. So as the ramp was removed and the concrete was put in, we're paid up for the work that we got done.
So altogether, it's 60,000 altogether, or it's 60,000 more you need?
I'm just confused here because we're being told that the price of the ramp was $66,000, but we obviously spent $20,000 on it last year. So, right?
Yeah.
So I don't like where. Is that $86,000 or is it? Did you spend 20 last year, 46 this year?
Okay, that is. And the ramp, right? This part. That part there is the roof and the ramp, right? And ramp total, right? Okay.
I'm not looking on the roof, I'm looking at the roof. It's the roof, it's like.
Okay.
So all total, Ryan, what is the numbers there? Like, is it 86,000 or 66,000?
For the ramp, that's 86,000.
So through you, Mayor Martin, the ramp itself before the repairs to the brick was 66,000. So, I believe, with the repairs to the brick, it's just over 70,000 total.
That's the 7 there.
So then, okay, three.
So maybe we do have to adjust the number then, for this year, but.
Through you, Mayor Martin. So it's roughly 66,000, and that's for all the repairs, everything that was done there.
No, that's not right. The ramp itself is 66,000 and the extra brickwork it's just over 70,000 total.
So it's like $4,000 extra for the brickwork?
Yeah, that's roughly, yes.
Plus the 20 we spent last year.
No,
No,
Oh, what do you mean now?
plus the 20 we spent last year, Ryan, or?
it's not.
I
No,
don't think so, no. We spent 20 last year and then, so just the way it's showing here, it's showing 60 from reserve, 20,000 last
Where
year.
did
Oh, I see this, okay.
the 20 we spent last
We
year?
budgeted 40 last year.
The budget should be for $30,000 if it's $70,000 we're spending on it, so sorry,
Yeah.
through you,
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, if it's $70,000 we're spent on it, we reserve 40. It should be 30 left over, is that right, Ryan, to be completed, or is there some more contingency work to be done?
through Mayor Martin, yes, that's correct. That's what it looks like to me.
Okay, so $30,000, so that's,
Yeah, like it shows budgeted prior year 40,000.
this is pretty clear.
Unspent
I'd like to see the bill.
20,000
I'm clear in terms of 20,000 we spent last year. Who did I get paid to? The contractor?
for last year's work.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Martin, the 20,000 is what we paid the engineer for the drawings, and that's partial payment to the contractor as progress as they move through the project.
Okay, Lionel?
Through you, Chair, just to maybe help crystallize all this, so. The 21,000 spent before 2023. What we have to have in the 2023 budget is what will complete the job, so. The total of what is now 60 plus the 21 has to be the total. That the job is going to take, so. Through you again, Chair, if Ryan has to change the 60, that's fine, but those two numbers. Have to together encompass the total expense of the project.
Well, that's 81,000.
That's 81, that's I think.
That's why he said it may be changed through you, Chair.
Okay. So you're saying you need, to finish this job, you need 71,000 or something like that, Ryan?
Yeah, roughly that, yeah. We will have to do quite a bit of site restoration there as well.
1,000, we've already spent 20,000, so the cost is 90,000.
No, but we've already got the reserve, some of it's from the reserve already there.
If the cost of the project, as I understand it, correct me if I'm wrong, Ryan, is $70,000. We wrote a check to the contractor for $21,000. That's out of the 70. The rest of the money is to finish paying for the project that we've got done. Am I understanding that right, Ryan, or?
Yep, that's right.
So the 60,000 you're
Some of
showing
that
here,
went to engineering costs too, right?
The total cost of the project, as Ryan explained, just to me anyway, understood, it was $70,000 all in for the ramp. All the work for the ramp and the concrete work is $70,000. We've paid $21,000. We owe the whatever's 21 less 70. So whatever that is, my math's not good. Before
so the $60,000 is what's confusing people, Ryan, and that could probably be adjusted.
Yep.
Through you, Chair, I think
No.
further to, oh, sorry.
It's not.
Okay, well, sorry. What I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm not understanding it.
I'm just confused how we paid $20,000. So when was this approved? Do we have a date? When this, because I thought we approved it like, yeah,
Yes, through you, Mayor Martin, I would have to double check the minutes. My recollection is that a staff report came to council in September, if I remember correctly, regarding the ramp. And my memory is that it was 56,000, perhaps 59,000 plus HST to complete that project, and that project was approved by council.
Okay. So it's 60,000.
And that didn't have the brickwork in it. Until they tore the ramp off, they didn't know what was behind it.
yeah, move on.
Just,
Maybe I'm not getting it.
yeah,
Yeah, I think what it is, I think this is 60,000 number that's kind of confusing. If there's 70,000 left and it does add up to 80 or 81, that number could be adjusted, that 60,000 from the way I see it too. I think that's because it does add up to 81,000 when if you only need 71.
I'm just confused how we owe 71,000 if the job, and we've already paid 19, but the job only costs 66,000. That's what I don't get.
Through you, Mayor Martin. Ryan, is the contractor completely done at the town hall?
Through you, Mayor Martin, no, the job's not completed yet. We're just waiting for the railing.
So now is that going to be an extra cost when he finishes that railing?
Through you, Mayor Martin, no, that's included in the tender price.
So what do we have owing then, Ryan? What's left owing right now to finish the project?
Through you to Mayor Martin, I believe we just did a progress payment for the framing and the decking last week, so it's just the railing outstanding. So I think it's not broken down in the tender, but I believe the railing itself the value is about 12,000.
Okay, so Ryan, it's all in the contract that the original 56,000? The
Yes,
contract,
that's right. It's all in the contract. The only thing that was in addition to additional work was the brickwork that we found.
okay. And was that the 20,000 that was last year, correct?
Yes, where the money, that's part of that money's from that 20,000, yes.
Yes, but that's extra on top of the contract that was already signed, correct?
No,
Oh, and that's in the contract then? Is that all? I would like to
yes,
see.
it is in the contract. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so the 60,000, Ryan, I think that's the number that's confusing us, and Lionel.
Through you, Chair, following up on Councilor Doherty's analysis there, I believe, based on my understanding of this conversation, that the 60 should be 50.
Should be.
Yeah.
Should be 50.
30. We still got 20 from last year.
You've already reserved 20. You paid 20, reserved 20, and the cost of the project 70.
30.
Through Chair, the costs, I understand, but 70. 20,000 wasn't spent, so it hasn't been taken out of the reserve. So the amount of the project that was spent out of the 70 is about 21. So the difference should be in the 2023 section. So it's not 60 based on what I'm understanding here. If the total is around 70, then you have to have around 50 in 2023 because 2021 was spent prior to 2023.
No,
Okay.
don't agree at all, because we already have 20 set aside. We already have it in our bank account for 20. So we need to reserve the rest of the money to pay in to the reserve. This is where this whole thing gets terribly confusing, even though everybody understands it except me.
Okay, can I have a try of this? Okay, let me make, so the whole thing was $70,000 total. So that does include the brickwork, the engineering, everything,
Yes,
70,000.
paid 20.
And we put 20 against it already. There's 50 remaining.
Right?
And how much is in reserve out of that 50?
20.
The 20 in reserve?
Yeah, that amount has not been taken on.
No. that money, well, it's already set aside, Lionel. We've
That's-
already
that's what I'm
taxed the
saying.
people.
So we
No, that's what I said.
budgeted 40, it says there
Yeah.
last year.
And I,
Yeah,
through the chair, we've spent 21. In addition to that 21, 50,000 more is going to be going out the door for a total of 70. 20 was taken out of the reserve, 21, whatever the case may be, because we spent 21. The rest is still in the reserve, so the 50 includes
that's the
what
answer.
has not been taken out of reserve that was allocated prior, plus any extra that was, I assume, in this report. That is what has to be budgeted.
So yeah, so like I say, so that number, the 60 is what's confusing, and it looks like if we budgeted 40,000 last year and we only spent 20 of it, that don't matter. There's 40,000 from the last, from 2022 budget that we had put in a reserve to do the ramp. And like you say, we only spent 20 grand or 21, so there's 19 left. So yeah, I think, so I'm looking at it too, that there should be like 30,000 or 35,000 balance to finish that, what needs to be done.
Sorry. Yeah, I think we're all confused, but I think to Lionel's point, I think this is more of an accounting thing in terms of, that's how he has to fill it out.
Okay.
To make it look like
Okay.
that. I know it's confusing as hell, and yes, we have budgeted it, and maybe Jerry, going forward underneath there, it's in red or something where it says that, contribution back to reserve of 19,000 or whatever it is we didn't spend, so at least you would see it go back there, but it just didn't. But I think he has to do that in terms of, it's an accounting thing, in terms of tracking the money and which department it's going from.
Through you, Mr. Mayor,
Wrong.
I care less about the accounting. I care more about what the money is, whether it's already paid for and whether it's not. This is like, I understand what Lionel's trying to, he's got to keep his beans in the right jars. I understand that. But from a layman's term, from a reading and understanding, I want to know how much money
How much-
I understand it's 70,000. We spent 20, we got 20,000 in another envelope. We need to have another envelope for the rest of the work.
How much is new money this year then?
So how about we look at it this way? There's 20 left that was allocated prior to 2023. And if nothing had changed in the project, that's what would be going out the door. So great. So since things looks like they changed prior to my time, but that's okay. Looks like there's
I
more.
got it too, yeah.
More that had to be added to the project. So another way of looking at this, and on page, for I believe, point 15 of my list, I am hearing full and clear that stuff approved in prior years is not going to be in the budget going forward, and you know what? I'm full agreement. So if you look at it this way, you can say that the 20
Yeah,
from 20 prior to 2023 is something that is included in the 60, which I believe has to be 50. So next year in 2024, if this was 1 year behind and we were doing it for 2024, everything approved in prior years would not be in the budget, but we wouldn't see any of that. And all we'd see in the 2023 budget is the amount that is, quote, going to be added to the project.
so I totally got you. So, because when you look under the blue, included in the proposed 2023 budget, you've got 60,000. So if you adjust that to 50,000, and then you subtract the 19,000 from the last year, you still need $50,000 to finish the project.
But it's
Of this year's money, but 20 of it
Taxpayer
from last
dollars
year.
is $30,000.
So that's
what it is.
so
That's
when we
all
do
we're
the-
spending.
So at the end of this process, when we do the summary sheets for new projects, we can do that even at that time, when we do the highlight of the money that was spent this year for, say, that ramp, kind of like Deputy Mayor Webb saying, we could show that 30,000 of it is money from this year, if that makes it easier for people to understand. Like on that summary sheet, we can do a lot of that red ink that shows the new money or that was carried over. We can have a sheet of the 70 items or whatever at the end. We could probably do something that where that came from, what's new money, what isn't it, put it in red. I would think I don't know if that's a lot of work, but it's probably just, and that would highlight the areas that's needed here for us, I think. I think that would help. And I've seen that in lots of other documents, and it does make it a lot simpler. You'll see what your new money is this year. You'll know, you know, right now that there's only 30,000 new money. You're worried about the people out there understanding that. No, I don't mean it that way. No, I'm not saying it that way. I'm saying you're worried, like, you know, so people reading this document, it'll be as clear as mud that the new money will be highlighted in a summary sheet and what we spent this year in this year's budget, because a lot of stuff is carried over and we don't see that other years. But unfortunately, this year there is a ton of carryover, and with new council, it makes it even worse.
That's not. We go back to the, sorry, we go back to page 7. All those items on, and I think they're all outstanding. That's another 100 grand that's been in, it's in the reserves, but not spent.
Yeah,
Don't even know why it's there.
so we can,
Unless we're changing the amount we're reserving. It's a outstanding work to be done.
well, when people see the municipal concept drawing this year and they wonder, why did you pay for that? We can look and say, well, it was done, it was pre-approved last year. You know, it's there, but it's just a way of showing it. We're trying to show, sometimes we show too much. Maybe we're showing too much. We always say that we don't see it. So now we've got a document that's showing maybe too much information. You know, it does.
No, it's hard to, it's accounting.
Yeah, it's accounting.
And I understand, I understand Lionel has to keep everything in order for, it's what this document is good for Lionel because he understands what everything is. It's not, from my point of view, it's not good. And like for me to understand it and approve the budget and be clear on what the dollars are. That's all I'm saying. From Lionel's point of view, he's got to get the debits and the credits and the, you know, the reserve and the reserve. I understand that, but this document doesn't have to have that in it, because if you write an outstanding check, you just wait for it to come to the bank. You don't put it back and raise money for it again. It's already paid for. And my major concern on the whole thing here is I want to know what the town hall is going to cost us. And that's what I want, like, what's the overall here? Because we're putting money into this on a fairly regular basis now. And I think the public and the council supported doing it. I like to know what the total is going to be. So that's why I wanted those figures kind of. Thank you.
So I think that's part of the assessment then, Ryan. You're doing another updated assessment of the thing, so we'll have a better idea of the number this year.
If we approve
we already have a number that we approved last term as far as we said we're gonna fix the hall. And this was the start. There's gonna be a lot of money going to that every year to keep it going. And that's what the people wanted last term, and that's what the council decided, that we would continue with the rebuild. But once we get this assessment done that Ryan's doing this year, we'll have a real number that we're gonna have to work from. And it might mean that we have to put $100,000 a year into that building. It might mean we have to put 10. Who knows? That's going to be unrealistic, but that's the whole idea of the process that we're going through, is having an updated facility review of that, of the costs that we're going to need. Because, you know, we put the roof on it last year, we put the ramp on it. There's some other items that they want inside. You know, it's yeah, we need that to work with. So. Okay. Is there any more items on this sheet that are jumping out?
No more we ended up with.
Did we go through the roller stuff or just the lighting stuff?
Well, that's.
Why don't
we're gonna
getting into like this stuff and
Yeah, like we're gonna
go through everything here?
If you want to go through everything, that's that, just pick out some stuff that's, and just tell us what page you're on, if there's things that you have.
Well, one question I had was, so page 7, admin. Does it have welcome to Havelock signage?
A second.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Martin, just to conclude that discussion on page 8. We will need a motion to revise the number appearing there from 60,000 to 30,000. All right?
No.
And you sure, so. Again, I'm perfectly happy to change this the way it's been done since, you know, the beginning of time, because I frankly think it would be better. But the way the rest of the budget is now, the amount in what is now the 60 column would have to be everything coming out of the reserves. And the amounts on the left would be included in the amounts on the right. So next year, I can assure you that it's going to be exactly the way we've discussed it. I have no issue with doing that whatsoever, regardless of how long it takes. But that 60 would have to be 50.
50.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Martin. The roof replacement, it looks like here that we've done it, but there's another amount for the proposed budget of this year. And Lionel, I totally understand everything here. So do we need another 10,000 for roof replacement, or is there some extra? Like, I'm not sure
That's
that.
about.
That's a really good question through you, Chair. And yes, you're right. This is my understanding that we had a little tiny amount left over for approvals in 2023,
Right,
but we need another 10,000.
right, to
That's for the balcony.
the balcony.
The roof is replacement balcony height, yeah.
Okay, that's perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Effect, just one more, where I'm hung up on, it says included in the proposed 2023 budget. We're gonna put 50 in there, which is 20,000 overstated for the budget for 2023.
Get it.
So on the other, you could have theoretically that 19,037 could have moved in red under other. Or whatever, it could be the money that we carried over,
It's just
right?
that all these went to read.
Next year.
If we were looking at this in 2024, that 50 would be 30.
50.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to have that this year because this is the budget we're doing.
For this year, yeah.
Yeah. So we're gonna put 50 in there, so we're gonna pay another 20. We're gonna reserve the 20 again in the budget.
No, we're pulling it from.
The 20 never gets spent. I know, I'm with you, I agree with what you're saying, but the 20 never gets spent, so it never come out. So while you saw 40 come out last year, we only 20 come out.
So a motion to adjust that number to 50 for this year.
Yes, future, the way of looking at it would be, okay, we have to, totality of this project, take out roughly $70,000 out of reserves in total. So last year we took out 21, this year we'd be taking out 50.
Okay,
That's
from the reserve.
from the reserve,
Which totals the
which
7.
totals in 7.
Which is not what it says here, because it says it's included in the budget.
But we'll move on. For next year, that will look better, and I know what we're saying here. And Lionel's heard it loud and clear, and we'll, it is coming from the reserve. I need a motion that 50,000 coming from the reserve. And, you know, your own side notes, if you have to explain to someone, you can say 30. So motion to move that we adjust that number to 50 was Councillor Clement, seconded by Deputy Mayor Webb. Any other question? All in favor? And that's carried. So, okay. All right then. So is there any other things in that?
Well, yeah, I don't just know if you want to deal with this now, but and then the admin, sorry, page 7. That's looking to have a lot of signage. So I just inquiring as to possibility of moving that money into active. Being that we're doing the well,
Where are you, page 7?
Yeah.
You're saying instead of admin reserve, and so we can move that money to economic development,
yeah,
that's what you're saying?
well, just so it'd be
Different.
sectioned off, right? So we don't have to go back to admin at least, and that's the number that Sherry had, that was there from like the old sign project.
Yeah.
So I was just that it said easier for us to know moving forward how much we have and how much we'll be able to use.
For the motion, we change that to economic development.
Thank you.
Okay. Moved by Councillor Clement, then we move that 12.5 to
Economic development,
economic development.
right, okay.
Seconder for that. Councillor Schleicher, all in favor? That's carried.
It's through you, Mayor Martin. The telephone system was budgeted 6,000, but it looks like there was nothing spent. There's no expense for 2023, yeah, so it'll be last year.
Page for that.
Is that still seven?
Oh, there it is, okay.
Still seven. It says telephone.
Yeah, so I couldn't do it.
Yeah, I can address that through you, Mayor Martin. That's correct. So this item was budgeted for.
Okay.
Staff did contact telecommunications companies to get quotations on that. That process is now almost completed. They have been here
Okay,
and they've investigated our phone system, and I believe we have a recommendation ready to go.
okay.
We'll move on to another page or
Yeah.
page 9. The first item there is community center upgrades. We've got a reserve pending, I think, of 753,000. And then we moved it over to 5 again, and then we got a grant of 558. We got a reserve of 194. I don't really know what any of that means, to be honest with you, but the grant was split, what, 3-7 and 1-3 provincial federally, and we're kind of our take is 27% or 26%. So it's $1.3 million we have to come up with to complete that project. We have, am I reading it right, that we have $750,000 reserved for it?
Ryan?
I can, through you, Chair, I can start off. So the amount for this project in Parks and Recreation and in total is 753, and the grant component, I don't know my calculator with me, but the 558. And our portion of that 753 would be the 194,616. And we'd be taking that from the OMPF reserve.
So that grant that we received, we haven't received it all, but they're saying it in installments, do they? Like,
Future, they won't send anything until it's spent.
Yeah.
So I have to do claim reports whenever we spend money. Much like the splash pad, Matheson, we gather up the invoices, list them, it gets sent away, and then we get the money.
make sure they spend it.
Anyway, sorry, through you, anyway, to slice it or dice it, 27% of it's ours. It doesn't matter how you do it. And my question is, are we going to have $1.3 million in there for the project? Because we're at 750 now. Are we heading towards having $1.3 million? Because that's what it's going to cost to complete the grant project. And I assume that was approved last year when we approved it. I'm just looking for where the number is in the reserve section. That's.
Look, yeah, I don't have that number 3 2. I've similar questions in terms of what's the time schedule for this, Lionel, in terms of the grant, like I see. So it's static over 6 years. We pay the same amount, they pay the same amount.
No.
Sorry, if this might help. So the only amount that's here would be the amount that's anticipated to be done.
Yeah.
In 2023, because I know the project is bigger than this. So there's a schedule in the transfer payment agreement from the ICIP group. And this is the first year. I know it's been delayed, but this is the first year activity, so to speak, total. So out of that first year of activity, it looks to be 753,088 in terms of the value of the activity that will be done, because this is like a multi-year project. So out of the first year's activity, we'll be getting 558,472 from the governments. And we need to pony up 194,616 as our portion, which will be coming from the OMPF reserve. In the next year, 2024, it'll be, I think, roughly the same amount, if I'm not mistaken.
So based on how much work we do, we have to basically budget in terms of what we're gonna need moving forward, right?
So we have a schedule of what we're supposed to do each year. Like the addition was near the end of it. It was the last item on there, I think, and it'll be the biggest part of it probably. And we'll have to have, and I think when we did the motion with the previous council, what was that, 18 or 19 that we got the grant? Something like that. So a lot's going to be happening over the next couple of years, and at the time, most of it was coming from OMPF, I think, for our portion, that's what we had agreed to. Go ahead.
To you, Mayor Martin, so the community center upgrade, that's for the building they're gonna add on, is that where we are right now? She said you got it in 2018.
Yeah, it's out in the roof, maybe?
So work has been.
Future, I'd have to go look at some documents, but
Yeah, it was, we have a schedule there
That's
that we
okay.
were following and that's.
We got in the budget, what is it, 256 for the refrigeration, which is this component of that grant
Yeah.
this year. Well, of that 256, we got to pony up 27% of that when it's in the bill. Next year, if the work completed is $2 million,
Yeah.
we have to complete 27,000. The question I've asked, it's the third time, is do we have the money set aside in there to pay for the 1.3? And if we don't, are we making provisions to put it in there? Because we could have a bump in any one year where you do more work. You know, it's not, I don't think it's flat fee across. When I reviewed the contractor, would ask Brian about it anyway. It's just a question. I got a shortfall of 600,000. That's not going to be easy in 1 year.
No.
So if it's been done in the previous budgets and it's already set aside in one of those reserved account, then I'm fine. Then that would be the answer that I.
Isn't that something where didn't we transfer 200, were we transferring 207,000 to facilities reserve as a part of that? I thought that was a part of this. When I brought it up last time.
in 2023 budget, there's a contribution of 107. The projected total just a few dollars short of 700,000 at the end of 2023 projected. So, I mean, if we have another 100 going in 2024. And then say allocation of interest, so we'll have probably between 725 and 750 at the end of 2024. So I think it looks good.
I think that's why we said that there, right?
107.
Yeah.
For you, Mayor Martin. The Matheson Park signs, was that done last year or are we doing it this year? Like, I'm a little bit confused on that.
That's the committee. I don't know.
We never got to that last year, so that's
Okay.
something we're gonna carry forward. That's the gateway sign. So we're gonna we have a small information sign that'll be completed hopefully next week.
Okay.
That's over there, but the gateway sign was considerably more expensive.
Right.
What we got was somewhere around $40,000 or $50,000.
God. Okay,
Because that had to be engineered, right? So it needs footings and all the whole rest of it. So that money's in there, and I guess we'll take it back to the committee and see how they want to move forward.
right. So is it money, the 20,000 or is it 15,000?
Well, the 15 would be on top of the 20.
Oh, they're adding
Yeah.
that to it. So it was budgeted for 2022, so they
Yeah.
put 20 in the reserve.
Yeah.
And now you're pulling out 20 plus 15?
I believe so. I
So
don't
then
know.
the total's 35.
Yeah, but that's to get that gateway sign
Okay,
completed. And I don't think, as I said, based on the price we got, that was probably over a year ago. It was around $40,000 to $45,000. So
Did we tender for that or?
no. So
okay, so the blue amounts and the unspent budget amount, those 2 points are added together?
Future, no. So what's going to be spent or projected to be spent is 15. It is not budgeted to be 35. In 2022 and prior, I guess it was 2022, there was 20 projected to be spent. And the way it's presented is that it's 15 now.
Okay.
So through you, Chair, if that has to be changed, I don't know if Ryan's with us, but if 15 isn't enough, we'd have to change that.
Okay, Parks Recreation Community Center conceptual plan, what's that? Is that,
The addition and.
that's part of the, okay, all right, so that's to have somebody come in and do the drawings
Yeah.
and stuff? Why is it 75,000 when we budgeted for 25 the previous year? So is that how much it is to cost for somebody to come in and do that? 75,000? Like, they didn't spend any money last year on doing any of these items, the whole thing, nothing was.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we have a outside contract or a contractor doing the design, let architects out of Peterborough,
Okay,
he's doing it, so. I'd have to let Ryan comment on how much he's paid them, but they're doing the work.
okay, okay.
And I think we discussed that before.
Yeah, but you know, like, it just seems to me like all these numbers are just pulling out of a hat. Which is fine, like, I'm okay with the actual budget itself. But when it comes down to the expenses for the year budgeted, there's nothing, because nothing was done. So this is where we're getting confused, because that money was put there. Then it goes to reserves and then we lose it. Sorry. I think Terry, additional baseball field. And the site plan, was that looked after last year?
No, because it's
Yeah.
from the master plan, the thing that came back from the public was that we need more ball diamonds, and that's where that's going. So the feasibility thing there.
Right, so
Ryan, are you on there? You can speak to these things.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Martin, the additional baseball field study is it's kind of combined with the recreation community center conceptual plan. So those two projects kind of match together. That is with Lat Architect, and it's in progress right now.
okay, so then you don't need the $10,000 if they're both now in with the recreational community center.
Through you,
Plan.
Mayor, through you, Mayor Martin. No, that was the money that was approved last year by council, but since we brought Lat Architect on, that will be the cost for that portion of it. But like I said, the projects are kind of meshed together. So, but that represents the cost to do the baseball field itself.
I don't remember, through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't remember the baseball fields being as part of this Parks and Rec master plan. I thought, yeah. No, I was approached by baseball last year in terms of, when we talked about it, needing another field here immediate. Because the field down at the rink was overbooked. And I've since had them approach me over the winter asking me if this baseball field will be completed this year. And obviously we put this money in here last year. I don't think we would put it as a separate baseball field item if it was just going as part of the Parks and Rec master plan. So to me, I thought we'd be further along on this project in terms of at least identifying a site where we could be have a baseball field.
So on the master plan, and that's a whole other thing, it's probably that came into using that property on Old Norwood Road. And anyway, because I was looking at it, I just looked at the video again to see what was in there. And yeah, so this thing here, Ryan, I think what Deputy Mayor Webb's saying is like, what's the chances of getting this thing moving this year? But if we're still just doing the feasibility. Like, we know we need, like in the master plan, it said we need more diamonds. And how is this gonna help us get more diamonds quicker?
Like I said, we're working with Lat Architect on this. Maybe Bob wants to add anything to that.
No, through you, Mayor Martin, I don't know that I have anything new to add to that. This project is an ongoing in development. There's nothing specific to present to council at this time. There's not a location that we've identified. And when we get to that point, absolutely, that would come to council for approval.
For you, Mayor Martin, so the west end part, the basketball court, is that all part of that conceptual plan as well?
No, that's what he talked about we didn't end up wanting to put the basketball, and that's, remember at the last meeting, he said he didn't want to put him into the tennis court, so he's hoping that he can use that 10,000.
That's why I'm getting the seat separated over there. That's why I thought the baseball field was separate too, because we're doing
Yeah.
it separate from the master plan.
So
So I don't know.
75,000 seems to be covering the basketball court and the additional baseball field as well.
I think there's a whole bunch of things here, Ryan, that
Not making sense.
So
No, Mayor Martin, the West End Park is that money was, council brought that forward. That was an initiative from council that we approved. To install physical nets has nothing to do with the conceptual plans or the feasibility study for additional ball field.
yeah, so that's, and then you've had reconsideration. We didn't get that grant for that tennis court, so now you were thinking, you know, you would like to be able to still get those basketball nets and or some sort of basketball nets to use at the arena or something like that, a portable system. So that's separate, but okay, the 10,000 for the ball diamond site, feasibility site. Is it tied with the community center conceptual plan, or like it's separate on here, so they should be separate, I would think.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Martin, the conceptual plan is something that's been on there for 2 years. It's stuff we've been working on. Last year, council added the additional ball field based on the feedback from the communities and the lack of diamond space. So that's why they're showing separately.
You, Mayor Martin, I see there's no expenses yet. So have the people been contacted, or like, is there work going on with this conceptual plan? And
Through you, Mayor Martin. Yeah, we had several meetings last year with Lead Architect. I'm not sure why the expenses aren't showing there, but there has been some expenses. We have been meeting with them with Lead Architect for about a year now.
right, and what is the cost so far for those meetings?
I don't have that information. Maybe Bob or Lining, or maybe it's something that we can bring back at a later date.
Okay.
So
through you, Mayor Martin, sorry, Ryan, so the additional baseball field, because this is one I'm sort of loose off of. So it's at Let's right now, so how much more do we actually need for a baseball field? And does it come out of the 75, or do we need 10 plus more?
Through you, Mayor Martin, I think we're good with the 10,000 for now. To specifically work on that additional site plan.
Oh, it's planned, there's no
that's
actual,
not the construction.
right, there's no field, gotcha, okay, sorry.
So that was a question I had for later, is do we have anything in here that if we wanted to go ahead with the construction this year, is it in here anywhere, Ryan?
No, there's nothing in there for that, but once we receive that plan with all the detailed information, we can bring that to council and we can decide how we want to expense them.
All right. Jerry, or, go ahead.
Sorry, I should have just continued.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, Joy. Through you, Mayor Martin. So the basketball court, are you gonna do that inside the arena, or are you looking at doing a pad? And is that part of the conceptual plan? Like, if you ask them about an area where we could put a basketball court?
So
Like, I'm not understanding the conceptual plan. So I guess when that's done, you'll bring that forward to us.
yes, that's correct. So as you may remember, at the last budget meeting, I had spoke to council about some running some additional programming in the summer months at the community center. And I kind of spoke to council, communicated some interest in possibly purchasing some pickleball nets and basketball nets and some other gym equipment, so we could pilot some projects here and offer some programming. So that's what, but that was just an idea for council to consider instead of doing the installing the permanent basketball court at the tennis courts, right?
Okay, thank you, Ryan.
Okay.
So did we not talk about putting just one basketball hoop out at the West End park? So we're gonna put one there. Did we not decide upon that? Did we not sort of talk that over last time? One net outside.
For you, Mayor Martin, no, as far as I can understand, if you put basketball nets in the tennis court.
No, outside, did we not decide that we're?
You can't do it outside. It has to be on a cement, the basketball.
We
You can't
talked
have it
about
on
that.
grass.
I
So
think it was,
if they put it in the tennis court, then you would have to have time. Well, no, you can do that, but you would have to have times of when the tennis court is open and when the basketball court is open. Because that would be impossible for basketball and tennis to be on the
so what
same court.
Ryan had talked about is using this money for the stuff inside the
Yeah.
arena. and trying to sell
Okay,
it
sorry,
with
I
it.
misunderstood.
Sorry, I'm sorry, I'm not understanding. I thought it was twofold. One, we were gonna put. In addition to what's there, we were going to do a concrete pad at the west end.
We talked about it, but we didn't make a motion.
We haven't approved any budget, so I guess it's under consideration.
Yeah,
But no, I thought, and Ryan, he's on there, he can correct. And then we're gonna put a basketball net outside of the court. And I thought we were going to see whether we could get some pickleball nets and a basketball hoop for the arena as some new programs, but perhaps I just misunderstood that we took the one out and put it in there. That perhaps Ryan could clarify my misunderstanding here.
Ryan,
Yeah, so the money, the 10,000. That's not to install an additional like kind of basketball court, say, like a.
Okay, thank you. I misunderstood. Thanks, Ryan.
That was just for the purchase of the actual nets and the cost of installation.
Okay, thank you.
so I'm gonna suggest we take a 5-minute recess here, and then we'll come back to this and try and see if we can start picking it up a little bit on it, but we're kind of rehashing what we talked about last time, so. Anyway, so I'll look for a motion that we take a 5-minute recess, or we'll come back at 25 after. Okay, moved by Councillor Doherty and seconded by Councillor Clement, all in favor, and that's carried. Okay, a motion to resume, Councillor Doherty, Deputy Mayor Webb, all in favor, and that's carried. Okay, so we'll try and move through these other items here, and then we're gonna move into the Public Works Capital. So Gary, go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Replacement of the commercial zero turn. It was in previous budgets, so there'd be. I think what I understand, and I checked last year's budget, it was 20,000. So really, the new money we're setting aside for it is 5,000. Because we set aside 20,000 and didn't purchase it last year. And this number is now 25. So the 5,000 is the new money being issued, or again,
It's the 25 might.
Through you, Mayor Martin, that is correct. We budgeted 20,000 last year. This year we added 5,000.
yeah, so it's just 5,000, not 20,000 plus the 25, right? It's just $5,000, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Okay, Lionel, but yeah, like it says 25.
Yeah, I have a little circle here. It's the
Yeah.
formula wasn't carried down.
Okay, thank you. I'm all right done. Thank you. Okay, so we can always come back to this, but for now, I think we need to move into the Public Works and Peter's with us here today, so.
What? Oh,
What, are you going back to the book then, Peter, where are you going with your report?
Mayor Martin, I gave it for capital items, we just need to say yes or no, or
And what page was that on in this thing then?
started on page 150.
Okay,
150.
all right.
yeah, that's, if you look at that up there, I'm going from the new and improved one.
Okay, here we go.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay,
You start with King Street.
oh, I see, okay,
No.
I missed you, I got you now, sorry. Okay, we're gonna start with King Street then, Deputy Mayor Webb's gonna prepare a conflict of interest.
Oh,
Okay,
how much did you have in your budget for King Street?
$42,000.
$42,000. What page is that on?
That's on page 150.
150. Okay.
so there's 42,000 budgeted, what's that for?
That was for, through you, Mayor Martin, that was for the repavement of the boulevard on the south side to get a positive grade to direct the water to the, back to the curb and to the catch basins.
All right, then that's enough to do that.
Through you, Mayor Martin, this was last year's money, and during that time, we brought back to council a report, and council decided at that time that we just keep the winter maintenance, which was a lot of the issue with the freeze thaw and the curb line and removing the snow, just like we do with the downtown, to keep as much water off of the street. So that was council's last decision or resolution that we just keep the winter maintenance program at a high level. But since then, we've had some concerns again regarding this, so that's why we brought it back into the budget for councils.
Okay, so that's money from last year
Yes,
carried over.
Excuse me, is that, that's the one that goes down the ring, I get my,
Yeah.
yeah, okay.
Okay, so one, sorry, through you there. So Peter, this point, is that will we be fixed? Will this be done? Like, will we have any more complaints from our constituent? This should solve the problem, hopefully.
through you, Mayor Martin, this was an engineer's redesign cost to do this. I'm going on their judgment to honestly to say it was, yes, I can't say that there would be no more complaints, but this is
Right.
what they have provided after.
Concerns at the time, it's gonna bring an elevation, so if you tilt,
Yeah.
it's only natural, right? If you tilt the thing that way, there's gonna be a lip on the property itself.
Mhm.
It's gonna have to be landscaped in, and there could be other concerns. Is it perfect? No, but you can't
No, I
You
know.
can't lower the road.
I know where we're
So
talking.
this was an idea that an engineer had said that we could, what do we call it, a positive slope or whatever towards the road.
Yeah.
But it is gonna create
Yeah.
so. Go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Is the same engineer providing this $42,000 quote to remedy the problems, the same one that did the road originally?
Through you, Mayor Martin, yes, that is correct. Since then, we have got some different designs, basically the same idea, but they didn't put a price tag to it yet. But it's the same idea, reslope, curve, catch basin. I'm more than willing, we can share that with council too. But this is the same, just to answer your correct question, that this is the same engineer. We had brought back, met on site, and this was where this design and the price had come from, was the same engineer that designed the road.
And they aren't charging us for this work because,
No,
so this is just the physical work that has to be done.
through you, Mayor Martin, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
So for now, if it was left in there, Peter, it doesn't, like, again, it's from last year, but it's you have another engineer that's been giving you some options, and so as long as the money's in there.
Through you, Mayor Martin, I'm more than willing, I can share what the other engineers has provided, and we can bring this back at a later date, or I can bring it back to council throughout the year for, or it's just up to council's
Okay.
discretion, really.
Sure.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, is the new recommendations going to alter the 42?
Through you, Mayor Martin, I do not know that. They didn't put a price with it. They just give us the ideas on what needs to happen to contain or resolve the situation.
A follow-up if I may, but this goes back to Bev's question earlier. This is work that is causing us some concerns. Maybe we should get it on the top of the pile for 2023 and move it forward, however we do that, whether it's a new engineer. Thank you.
Go ahead.
so through you, Mayor. So two things. So you're saying basically all the engineers are getting the same. We need the slope. I'd like to pass a motion. Let's move on this.
That we keep the 42 in there
Yep.
and work with it.
I'll second it.
Okay.
Okay.
Done.
All right, then we can get Deputy Mayor Webb back in here.
That you're gonna move forward with the project this year?
So through you, Mayor Martin, so we will get the recommendations, I will say, and then that'll have to go for tender. And then we will bring the price back.
Go ahead. Bob.
Yes, through you, Mayor Martin, to just to expand upon that, we will definitely bring back a report to council following a tender process with more details. And at that point, council will make a final determination as to whether to proceed with this project.
At this point, the motion is to.
But we
Get it
leave it,
started.
You leave the money in, right?
leave the money in, right?
Yeah. Through that.
Can we make a motion that Peter starts the process, even though the official budget is not approved to get this moving? Is that possible? I mean, just that, it's a
Yeah.
question through you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, like I think a lot of these things that we can get kind of, yeah. If you'd like to get this going,
I'd have to,
yeah,
through the,
put that in there that we get going on it then.
to consider it approved and move forward. No, that won't work, sorry.
Through you, Mayor Martin, Deputy Mayor Webb has come back into the room.
Okay.
So we're going to continue this discussion.
5 seconds.
5 seconds, we're just gonna vote on it. I can go home. It's just a suggestion. that's all. And it's
So-
one thing that we can move forward.
So it's from last year's money, so I think what we're hearing is we're gonna keep it in there and you can continue to work on. Yes, you need a motion to move on it, because it's
Through you,
already.
Mayor Martin, we'll take the motion just to give our manager Pellet clear direction to start immediately on. this
Starting
project.
immediately on it.
Thank you.
I'll second the motion.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay.
All right then, sorry.
And we can, then we'll say, we just one more point. Can you?
Yeah.
Let's do that.
Thanks, Len.
Sorry, who seconded that? I'm sorry.
I did.
Oh, I thought you moved the motion. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Oh,
Are you done?
I think he has one more point on this.
No, I'll stay.
I've heard enough on
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, then Peter, carry on then. Start this off.
Yes, well, it's 3D Mayor, we'll go to the top of page 150, which is the gravel haul taxation. $100,000, it was $50,000 in previous years, through hence title taxation, but we've moved that into $100,000, upped it to $100,000 and from the OMPF.
So we've done 100 in other years, we've done 100 too, but then we, some years we do go to 50, but we feel 100 will help you get some extra roads done this year.
Yes, through you, Mayor.
Man, take the money.
Right.
Well,
It's one of those numbers like that 100,000, you can play with it. Like it's one of the ones in fact, I've seen other years, that's why it's went down to 50 because we've said, we're spending a lot of the OMPF. But that being said, the 100, we could spend 500,000 if you wanted to, but we try to work on a number of 50 to 100,000. This year, 100 is a pretty aggressive gravel haul for our guys because a lot of the grading is done through us and there's a lot of in-house work done when we do that. So the 100,000, you feel you can get it done this year and that'll help with where we're at.
Yes, through you, Mayor Martin. Last year, we spent with that one and our other gravel resurfacing operating budget was 15,000. So we were just right around 115,000 we spent last year on putting gravel on our roads. So now last year, granted, we did have some extra time waiting for locates and permits to start our road projects, but yes, through you, Mayor Martin, and we will try to do this before we start our road projects. That way we can get the gravel down and calciumed and dust control for the summer. Yes.
Okay, so it's one of those things that it looks like a lot of money, but it's not, but it's enough that it's workable that we can get, put a dent in some of the roads. And every year you do a different area, you focus on north, south, whatever, so it's a good program. We've had it for years. And like I say, it balances between 50 and 100. This year suggested 100. If you're okay with that, we can make a motion that we go with that. If you want to see it cut, that's up to you.
I just have a question. Does 100,000 or 50 or whatever you've been putting aside, 115 to get, is that keeping us up to date on our roads needs study by gravel roads? Does this put us current with our roads and needs?
Yes, through you, Mayor Martin, you're safe to say that, Councilor Doherty. Yes, 50,000 was a little shy, but 50, the extra 50 up to 100, we are catching up for sure. So, and we'll monitor that, and if we can, we'll go back down to 50 for.
Oh, no, I just think that's for 100,000 for the roads is.
Okay,
That's a motion.
yeah, a motion that we approve the $100,000 gravel haul. Moved by Councilor Clemens, seconded by Councilor Doherty, all in favor? And that's carried. Next, the connecting link. Contract, that's for, is that this?
Through you, Mayor Martin, that is the grant application,
Okay,
that's our share of the grant application
okay,
for the connecting link, yes.
all right, then, so a motion to approve the 50.
Is it on much? Yeah, that was. Okay, is the motion?
Seconded by- Go ahead.
You, Mayor Martin, what is the connecting link?
That's Highway 7. This is
From
been Highway 7.
Emeralds.
Any work that happens on there, we applied for a grant, and that was the application money.
Okay, and is that to fix the
Yeah.
things that pop when
Yeah.
people go over them?
Exactly.
Okay,
So moved by Councilor Clement, seconder Councilor Flagler, all in favor, carried. Okay. And the next item is third line reconstruction.
For you, Mayor Martin, yes, we've talked about this
Talked about it.
briefly earlier today, but yeah, that's, I don't know if there's any other further questions, third line or not.
So you, Mr. Member, okay, I'm a little confused because I did ask about the third line, whether we could proceed. And I thought we said we're issuing a new quote. So these are not the new quotes that we're reserving for, because I can't imagine it being less than it was last year.
So through you, Mayor Martin, we do have one surface treatment quotation back in. We haven't put the tender out for the ultra thin asphalt yet. The number that is on the draft, the budget is from our roads need study. That's what they provided us for budget
oh, and the cost.
number. That's where that number has come from.
Yeah, his roads needs study has a cost that he worked from, and you know, when the tender goes out, you hope that it's pretty close. That's all you can do.
Thanks, Peter.
So that's for the ultra thin.
If you, Mayor Martin, yeah, if that's what council would proceed with.
Yeah, that's what we had on our last page.
Okay.
Okay,
So.
that's motion.
Seconded by. Second. Really?
I will, I'm purple.
Deputy Mayor Webb
Yes.
seconding it, all in favor, and that's carried.
Okay,
Oh, my goodness.
I just right there.
Dam bridge.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. Yeah, I might ask Steve Bob here for some help, but this is the Burton End Bridge, as well as you're aware from the county level too. So it's that's our share. It is in progress. The county has put a tender out. I believe they've received the bids and it's going ahead. So this is money that was from last year. But the bridge, I believe, maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, is going to be this year.
Yeah.
I believe that's the outlook still. So that
They have to have it in for the grant that they received, they have to have it.
by
in.
the end of
They have to
the,
at least purchase it this year.
yes, that's correct. That's what I remember as well. So.
So anyways, that's, yeah,
Yeah, so through you, Mayor Martin, just to summarize, this is a joint project with the County of Peterborough. And these funds represent our portion of the project. We were successful in obtaining a grant with the County of Peterborough, so hopefully we won't expend all of these funds, but we might.
never seen it spend less.
I don't even think we should be spending any.
A lot of people. So.
Through you, Mayor Martin. Peter, are you doing work on the Burnt Dam Bridge, or are we're just giving the 100 grand to them? Okay, perfect. I'm just kind of adding up your jobs here. We're getting a little tight.
Yeah, that's the county gave it back. to us,
County.
basically.
Yeah. And they tendered that project.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine.
Yeah. So, motion to approve that, the Burnt Dam Bridge motion. Dr. Flagler, Dr. Clements, all in favor, that's carried. Okay, the next item is Fish Hatchery Road, and there's a $50,000 carryover from last. I call it carryover, I know, but this was a project we've been working on with M&R and a process and a half. We haven't really, is there anything moving there?
Yes, through you, Mayor Martin, the Manager of Public Works and I have met with ministry staff on a few occasions now. And there is a process, which we did bring a report to council to outline the steps of that process. There were options for how to handle this. The latest from the ministry is suggesting that they would like to condense the process and transfer the road directly from Infrastructure Ontario to the township without having to circulate to other ministries and agencies. However, they're in the process of scheduling another meeting with us to find out how that process is coming along, and we're still waiting for that to happen.
So maybe Peter can speak to it and then I'll go to you. Oh, go ahead, go ahead.
Well, no, I was just gonna, I had written down here last time that we had decided we were gonna defer it. How long, is that just waiting for the new information, Peter? Sorry,
Peter was gonna give us an update on
okay.
the
Sorry.
950 part of it, I think is where.
Is that what it was?
Yeah, so through you, Mayor Martin, so that number is what we have previously come up with as a budget number. As you know, Councillor Doherty has mentioned in the past, it's probably more than that now, but that is an actual engineering firm that's put that number on there. If council wishes, we can go out a request for proposal to see what a new updated cost would be for that road, or that is, yeah, that's kind of up to council's decision, I guess, if we can go back out for a pricing tender, or
Because these numbers, it's like, because that number, there was one after that was 630. This one was our first number that we had was 950, and then we had one that was 630. Paul Carroll had said about the surveying, and that was already done on it. There was a lot of things that were already done, so and then we heard numbers when it was coming in, so I think you're gonna have to get an updated price, like. I don't know what the number is, but I don't think I think 950 is pretty high, because I think you're gonna have to get an updated price on, because we've heard as low as 150 or $200,000. Because it's in pretty good shape already. It's in better shape now than some of our roads, so. What do you think is a good number there, Peter, for you to go and get the because we're so close to the next budget. This is another item that you need to get to the engineering, or you need to get a number that we can work with.
so through you, I do have the two previous cost estimates. So one was 84,250, and the second one was $607,000.
What was the date on the 600 and?
117 was the second date. Was the lower 600.
A lot of work been done since those were done, like all across culverts and stuff. The ministry's already done a lot of those culverts and stuff. So that's why I'm saying that might be really high. It's so I think we need to get a price on it. So I don't know what the number needs to be there, Peter, but we need to add to that 50, I think, but the 950 is a little bit, I think you're not going to get at it this year anyway. We're so close together. You know, because there was talk that we could take it over as it was and work it in. We've heard area rating, we've heard other things to help pay for this thing. But to get going on this year, you need a number in there if you want to get an updated engineering cost.
Through you, Mayor Martin, yeah, so if we left the 50,000 there, that was in previous, that would certainly go towards the. If we need to provide a survey, but I think through you, Mayor Martin, to Bob, I think that was still being discussed, who was doing the survey, if it was MNRF or if it was going to be the township's responsibility. There's still some discussion and
Need to leave some in there, I think.
meeting, so.
That's what I said. I think we need to leave some in there, like even if it's another 50,000 or something like that, but that's like to finish the consulting, so.
So is it possible we make a motion to put that back down to 50,000 and defer it to the 2024 budget? Does that seem reasonable if we're not gonna work on it this year?
Well, the 50 would help them get the engineer,
Right,
it would
that's
help
what
them
we-
have a real number for the
rest of it could
24
be
budget, right?
2024 budgets?
So through you, Mayor Martin, yes, I did get a price, just a verbal price for an Ontario land survey for the road. It's just over 20,000. So if that does fall on the townships when the discussions, I mean, it's still up to council's approval for sure, but it would help with that. And again, for a request for proposal to see what the cost is today.
Yeah,
So
So for an assessment of the road, if you put another 50 in there and then that'll give you enough, like another 50 with the 50 that's already there from previous years. That is the 100,000 in there. Would that be enough to do an assessment of the road and if we have to do the survey too?
Yes, through you, Mayor Martin, I definitely would be up from what I understand them and dealing with the contractors that would,
Yeah. So that would put. Oh, go ahead, Jerry, and then.
Questions here. I'm a little confused. What portion of this is whatever ministry is paying? Are they paying anything?
through you, Mayor Martin, to Bob, that's still in discussions, really. So it was changing from consumer services to the MNRF, and I don't know if that's been done yet, but it was how it was gonna get changed from ministry to ministry, and it depended on the cost.
So through you, Mayor Martin, there are several unknowns at this point as to how this transfer of the road will happen when it is transferred to the municipality. We don't know yet what costs may be involved, example surveying. We're not sure about that just yet. There might not be any costs. We don't know that for sure. That is still a work in progress. The ministry is working on it on their end. The township has expressed a desire to have this road transferred. We have sent that correspondence. We've discussed it with the ministry. The process is now working through the channels.
Our MPP has spoke. I think that's what got it moving here a few months ago. Again, because it was stalled. It's been stalled off and on. So her web said this has been going on for probably since you got on here almost.
It's right there with long-term care, is what you're saying?
Yeah, almost. No, but go ahead.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, just to your point, I think it's probably good that we proceed. At least with whether it's an engineering study or whatnot to start the ball rolling here.
Yeah.
The group that's worked with us have been very good, very patient. As you said, this has been on the books for a long time, and Councillor Flagler's point from before is we need to start getting some of these things off the books, right?
Yeah.
And on to do things. So I'm not saying that. I realize staff has been trying. It's more of a ministry issue.
Yeah.
So our staff are doing the utmost to get this solved. So like the public out there to know that it's not on our staff, but for us as a council, as I said, it's probably wise that we proceed in terms of trying to close this off sooner rather than later.
So a motion for if we were to put 50,000 in there, and that would help us get this going. And then with that 950, pull that out of there. Okay.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if this has been on the books for a period of time, do we have reserves set aside for this?
No, we haven't, because we've been waiting for the numbers and we've been waiting to know what it's gonna cost. We don't know what it's gonna cost us, so it's hard to put anything away because it's been changing forever here in the ministry.
At some time, did we think it was going to be free?
Well, we tried. We thought they would be appreciating taking it. If we took it over, we thought that there might be some help there, but
For you, Mayor Martin, so it was 50,000 last year, was no expenses prior, so it's just the same 50,000.
the 50,000 been in there probably 2 years.
Yeah.
Like it's
But it's the same
it's the same
50,000.
50, it's not new money.
It's
And
not
I'm
new
just
money.
suggesting that we withdraw
Right.
that 950 and put 50,000 more there to help Peter have the movement there to proceed here. Like Deputy Mayor Webb saying, we gotta get going on this thing. If we can get a real number to help us with the 2024 budget, go ahead.
Through you, Mayor Martin, just to assist Councillor Doherty in his question. Council didn't make the final decision to proceed with this project until late last term. We had a motion on the floor to have staff proceed with the ministry. Prior to that, there was discussions, but nothing was formally put forward to proceed with this. So I don't know for sure, but I believe there was nothing
It was the last
officially budgeted.
Well, the last budget, that's where the 50,000 come in when we decided that we would go with it. So we put 50,000 in, so.
So 3 years. So really, like all we need right now is enough money to keep this project going. 2024 budget, we would start putting money aside to pay for it. So
That's what, if we have the real numbers, it'll give us some numbers to put into here, but right now I think the 950 is
get rid of that.
Yeah, like I say, there was a lot of work done on it by the ministry with culverts and stuff like that, so. I think that's why it kept dropping, and then there was a thing that we might not have to do the survey, it went down to the 600 or 800. It just, there has been some, so we need a solid number. Excuse me, and if the 50,000 was added in there and pull that 950 back, leave it in the reserve for now.
And through you, Mayor Martin, just to clarify for new counselors. All right. So the costs associated with this project are not purchased costs. This is the cost to upgrade the road to a municipal standard. And that's obviously the manager of public works and his expertise. But that's what this potentially 950 or 600 or what have you would be.
Again, that's gonna happen probably in 2024.
Correct.
So we're looking after 2023. We just need the money to do the surveys or whatever.
If he gets these numbers, hopefully, through this year, we'll have some solid numbers that are gonna come back to us that we're gonna be able to budget for next time. And but it doesn't mean we can't start right now. But there'll be some money there to get the process going. Go ahead, Councilor Doherty.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so if we know we're going to be doing it, we know it's gonna cost us a lot of money.
Yeah.
We have 950 as a suggestion for a reserve. We're gonna reduce it down to 50,000, knowing that we got a contingent liability that we want to happen right away, and we're gonna be $900,000 short. Am I reading this? If the numbers are right.
So that's so if you're totally right. And so there is, no, so if you feel comfortable, and maybe I was thinking about that while I was talking, if everybody's okay with it, like, the lowest number we had was 600. If you want to leave 600 in there from the OMPF reserve, so we're ready to go. Well, it's there.
Excuse me, but we don't even know whether we got that kind of money in the OFP reserve because we don't have reserve numbers. So how can we reserve something we don't know what's in there, number one, and
We do know that, go ahead.
I was just gonna say to you, Chair, it's coming out of the admin reserve. I know we talked about splitting out the admin reserve into different components. So that's the balance in the admin reserve is between 6.5 and 7 million.
Yeah, so the OMPF is in the admin reserve. Next year, it'll be shown easier that you'll see that we had 1.2 million this year that we haven't spent yet. And
if I may do follow up on that. We're talking about maybe backing off some of the capital projects because we aren't going to have time to get them done. Why wouldn't we put some reserve in this year when we may have some elastic in the budget to do that?
that's a good idea.
Because we're going to be paying for it anyway. It's just whether it's for 2025, it's coming to a theater near you.
So if you have a number and you want to make that a motion, if you want to leave the 950 in there, we can leave, that's council's decision. I just don't want to see us overdo it. I guess we can get it back later, but.
Well, I'm not suggesting we do 950, but
But
I'm
if you
sure,
come up
I'm
with a
sure not
number-
suggesting we do 50 because
Perfect.
like a drop, like
Can you give a number that you would feel comfortable with?
to me, I would put $150,000 in there to
Okay.
do surveys reserved, and if we don't use it, then it's in the reserve.
So 400,000 to 150,000?
And that's just my suggestion based on what we are thinking. Maybe we have to revisit that if we find out the capital budgets. We can do more than we thought, just a
Sure.
suggestion.
No, that's good. You want to make that a motion, we'll see where it goes. That we leave it at 150, take the 950 out and leave it at 150.
So it'd be technically an increase of 100 grand,
Yes.
right?
Okay,
I'll make the motion.
okay, moved by Councilor Doherty, seconded by.
Where's 950? 150?
All, question, all in favor? Did you have a question?
No, you just
Okay.
spend the money again.
Well,
Okay.
do you want to spend it now or do you want to spend it next year?
No, that's good. Okay, all right, all in favor? Madam Chair.
Okay,
Carries.
here's one question, Jim. So the 150,000 will be so that you can start moving forward on whatever this purchase is if
Yeah.
the ministry gets back and says this, or
For the end,
like I'm
it'll give them some money to get going with the process.
on the process.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, through you, Mayor Martin, just to clarify, the 150,000 would be for the engineering report to
Right.
determine how much it will cost us to bring this road up to a standard.
Right, right. So, okay, so the actual road to the standard wouldn't happen till next year,
Oh, correct.
right?
Or at the end of this year, you might have it back and it'll help us with the budget process.
Okay.
Okay,
Done.
6-line surface treatment, we talked about that earlier, and that's the overlay on the 6-line.
And this is strictly the tree or the. You want to pay 151?
151, the next
Okay.
one from Pittsburgh Road.
Oh, okay, so the 6th line, sorry, Peter, this is the 4.95.
That's the north of.
One, right, okay,
So,
no, okay,
that's the overlay on the 6th line, so,
okay.
so,
We talked about that. Bev mentioned it earlier. We're going north or.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah.
from Burnt Dam down back to the,
This is not regarding the direction. If I may.
okay,
The question, if does that include shoulders and culverts and everything? Or are we doing any of that or just resurfacing?
So through you, Mayor Martin, so the tender came back in from the county already, and I will bring that forward to be awarded to the contractor. There was 2 that submitted, 2 different contractors. And that is come in, I believe, I don't have it with me, but I believe it was 138,000, so we have about $10,000 to $12,000 for us to go on the shoulder. If we need to patch, repair anything, so there is a little leeway there. On top of the contractor's price that they have given us to put.
you're comfortable to get it done.
Yes.
That 150. Thank you. Okay, so is this one that you could do the pre-approval, like, and get moved, so before the budget's passed, is that possible, like that we could say, go ahead with it? In principle, it's passed here. So if I had a motion that we go with the 6-line surface treatment. If I count the climate with the pre-approval.
Approval.
Okay,
Yeah,
do I have a seconder for that?
it does need one.
Seconded by Deputy Mayor Webb. All in favor?
Yeah.
And that's carried. Okay, the Baker Road reconstruction, it's not near my house, so I'm not gonna declare conflict. It actually keeps the cars off my road, so. Anyways,
I went in.
it's the other project that was to go this year. And the sooner that we pass this, the sooner we can get on with it. This is from. Is this new one, Peter? Actually named
Mayor Martin, we did this.
That's why.
Yes,
Yeah.
that was scheduled for last year and
Okay.
it was one that we never got to. So what this is more of a reconstruction, like.
Yeah.
It's that section of the road that we're discussing was never surface treated for that reason. It was always left gravel because of the.
Is that in the bends?
It was surface treated,
It is surface treated, that's correct, yes, but it was never
done right.
yeah, so we need a base, we need the cloth down, we need some, a good substantial road base. With the geotextile cloth and to be built up, so it's and then it's similar, much similar to the 8th line south, that 1 kilometer that we did down there.
Sorry, so I'm saying with Bev, is this the one where you go and there's all those funny corners? Is it out near there?
Yeah, so through you, Mayor Martin, so the easiest way to describe it is the North School Road intersection at Baker.
Yeah.
So come back to the first 90-degree turn to the
Okay,
south.
It's a motion to.
All the way to the highway?
No, that's right to the intersection at North School Road.
Yeah,
From the quarry to that sharp bend, just in that little, not even the quarry, it's at the intersection of North School Road and
because it's only a
back
kilometer.
Elmer.
Yes, there's just that low swamp area from North School intersection, 1.2 kilometers, I think it is, back to the east and that 90-degree bend.
Okay, back to Navy.
Yeah. It's so tough condition.
What's your thoughts here? If you had a motion to get that into the budget too?
You can get that done this year, Peter?
Mhm.
I'll make the motion.
Okay, moved by Councillor Clement, seconder.
I guess, yeah.
All right, Councillor Flagler, all in favor? That's carried. Okay, Peninsula Road,
For you, Mayor Mark, so we have this, I'm gonna revert to Bob to help me out with this one. This was the property.
oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, if he might be able to explain that.
I don't know,
Yeah.
maybe. Wonder. I've already declared a conflict of interest. And he's leaving the room. Don't go too far. So this item here is something that we've been working on, and this is the next part of the process, so it's something that it's a planning issue, so the simple way to deal with it would be to get a motion that we approve the 80,000 to move ahead with that. For some planning issues
Okay.
around some property.
Just to get
Yeah.
going on it.
Can I just verify through, so this is the one, isn't it, where the guy, we're going through private property, that little bit of Peninsula Road is actually private property, and we need to purchase it? Okay, I'll make the motion, we see.
Okay.
Because otherwise you're gonna, people can't use the road.
Yeah.
Get into-
Moved by Councillor Clement that we approve or we move with the 80,000. Seconder. Who's
No,
Deputy Mayor Webb, seconding it, all in favor, and that's carried.
put your hand up there. Okay.
It carried back.
I know, right?
Yes,
Sometimes
they can do it.
well, that's it.
Right?
Yep.
That was for.
Devil lives there.
Probably, right?
Who did that say?
Um,
Well, it's here the name of the road. Well.
Okay. So Otter Creek Bridge, Peter.
Yes, through you, remember, I think we could briefly talk about this, the last,
We're back on page 151.
yes, on 151, yes, definitely, it's on the Devil's 4 Mile, probably more descriptive on the Devil's 4 Mile, but it is definitely our bridge, and so I had just a verbal quotation for the 25,000 that pretty much needs, so there is steel, but I mean, we're pretty much into all new beams and decking and the whole 9 yards there, so I can, at that, I will definitely go out for quotations and come back to council.
Sorry, through Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I think I asked you this last time, Pete. 25,000, that's enough, you think, to,
No,
does it just. The bridge repairs we get, especially now at the county, some of them are quite expensive.
how wide is this bridge?
It's single lane.
But how far span?
Oh,
Just ballpark.
One car length?
yeah, barely,
Okay.
like 17, 18 feet is in my head, but yeah, so it's,
You can't culvert it or anything like that. It's
no, it's structured, yeah, through you, Mayor Martin, it's
Okay.
structured for the bridge and it's,
sure.
yeah, so it just needs to be the.
It's an important road, so it may not seem like it, but we've had detours that have had to use that, so. If 25 is enough, I look for a motion that we approve the 25,000.
No, I'll second it.
Okay.
Okay.
All through.
Right, North Shore culvert replacement. Another carryover or?
Yes, it is. Yep. Through you, Mayor Martin, so I need to follow up with Cola Valley Conservation on the permit.
That's why it was carried.
Yes, and we had the engineering company that designed, and so we just need to get the paperwork together, but it's the culvert that comes out of Bottle Lake.
Yeah.
Just so everyone knows, so you North Shore, past Peninsula, the hard left hand. And it's that small culvert, so I did have estimates and I did up it, I had one estimate set from a local contractor at 67,000, so. Which was last year, so I did go to 80,000 this year, so. This is something that we would, for Councillor Flagger, that we'd let a contractor do. So it's quite expensive by the time we get traffic control, and I mean, the road would be closed as far as we can see. There's no way to keep the road one lane open being so narrow, so it's quite extensive to, and have EMS and all the stuff on both sides. It's
The campers want to get through there too, eh?
yeah.
Don't do it on a long weekend. So, okay.
Yeah.
All right, so, so this is, from last year, but, motion to approve and to move ahead with this and get on to Crow Valley where the permit is.
Yeah, the old guy down there.
Yeah. James McCray, Deputy Mayor Webb, seconded by Councilor Clement, all in favor. And that's carried. Okay, we're gonna move into the miscellaneous and roads capital expenses. Is that it, Peter, or did you have something else? You had something else, didn't you?
Well, through you, Mayor Martin, just before we get into the miscellaneous, I just wanted to maybe remind council that I did bring forward the Uniman Road, so that might be something that we can discuss or just put in for 2024 budget.
Can you get it done this year?
I did ask the contractor, and this would be one that we wouldn't be working on. It'd be tendered out and they said they did that. Now, if they they were awarded the job, but they said they can get it into their schedule, so.
So we not, did Covia not
There's plenty.
suggest, well, I didn't hear the word splitting. I heard they were going to chip in. But I guess we need to solidify what they would like to do prior to, and I think 24 is a nice year to start this project, but do the legwork in 23.
Through you, Mayor Martin, they could close the other side of the plant at any time, but they have up to 3 years to close it. So the sooner the better, but they didn't figure it would be closed by next year. So this year or next year, the thought being that we'd like to do the road or have the road done before it gets all the more traffic to try to do traffic control and work through with less traffic right now or in the next year would be much more feasible and easier to handle.
Just Jerry first.
So to follow up on that's great. But can they get, if you get back to them this afternoon, can they get us a number by Thursday so we can proceed on with it? Because without their input, what are we going to put in there for a number?
Through you, Mayor Martin, I can sure reach out, Councillor Doherty, and see if they have a number, a percentage, or
Just a thought, I don't.
yeah. Definitely, they did say they'd be interested in helping, so.
So there's some money we didn't use with the Fish Hatchery Road out of the OMPF money. Kind of going back to your point there, we know there's gonna be some costs associated with this. I just wonder if there's a number that we could put in there that we start the ball rolling. Again, like 150,000 or something like that, from the OMPF.
Well, I wasn't mean to diverting it to 24,
No,
but when is the last time somebody can make a decision quickly to get it into 23's budget? And if they can, I'm not wanting to hold it up. I'm just saying we were dealing with 2017, 2018, 2020. What is the hopes of getting something that was brought to us 2 weeks ago that's going to get done in 2023? I mean, I'm just trying to be realistic.
Through you, Mayor. So Peter, I had written down last time that it says cost sharing from Covia. 1 month for construction, and I have a figure of 730,000. Where did I get the 730,000?
That's the estimate that I had from the local contractor.
Is that just our share or is that the whole?
That's the whole thing.
So
yeah.
we don't know how much Covia is willing to give us.
We do not.
Sorry, is that the culvert and everything? Will that culvert have to be or bridge have to be replaced?
The culvert was replaced in 2009. We will have it inspected. It should be, well, it should be okay, but we will have it inspected by an engineer just to confirm before we go and put brand new.
So you're gonna need money, that's what I'm saying, is you're gonna need money to get the process going and to go to what you were talking about earlier. We know it's gonna cost us something. We need to get something into this to start the ball rolling is what I think is, and whether it's another $150,000, we know it's gonna be more than that anyways, but at least to give you some money to get this going, so we know what the cost is gonna be. You'll have a real number. You can take to Covia. Is there any help here with this? It's our road. When it comes down to it, it's our road. So we have a minimum maintenance standard and we have to do it, but hopefully there's some help there, whether it's equipment or whatever.
Through you, Mayor Martin, if council does proceed to go forward and allow a certain amount of money, maybe this is something that we could write the tender that they would be willing to do the ditches and the small culverts, the preliminary work this year, and then be ready to pave at the first of next year, May or June. Just an option if they're willing to.
Through you, Mayor Martin. I think that's a great idea. I think we should move on it because it is Uniman. This is the road we're still talking about. Uniman. I mean, they are busy. I know that. But my concern is all the other jobs, like we've got King Street, we've got the fish hatchery, we got third line, we got the sixth. How is that gonna all work into all the other projects that are already done? Like, I don't want to overwhelm you if you're okay with the overwhelm. Because we do expect most of those projects to be done this year, not over
Yes.
next year.
Through you, Mayor Martin, so internally, Public Works staff would be working on Baker Road and the third line.
Okay,
So that's where this Public Works staff would be.
all right.
And the rest would
Rest
be
of-
tendered or contracted out or just gone through me.
Right.
To organize,
So
engineer.
it's not really our workers back there doing maybe the preliminary work, maybe?
Probably how we can rate the tender. We could probably have that in the tender as well. Whoever is awarded the tender, that they do the preliminary work this fall or summer and
Okay.
get the road prepped for next year.
Okay, I just don't want to overwhelm you, that's all.
So a number that would work for you, Peter,
That's
you know, I know it's hard to guess, but we gotta get something started into this process. So like, is 150 gonna give you enough to get what you need to get, or do you want? I don't know. Like it's like Kathy said, it was 730,000, so.
I have the estimate here in front of me, through you, Mayor Martin. Um. So through you, Mayor Martin, we could. I'd like to go to Covia to make sure, but we could pulverize the road, we could get the gravel in possibly this year, the shouldering or ditching. They do have some provisionals, but if they would be okay with the gravel for the winter. That might cause some issues there, but I mean, yeah, the biggest price here is the HL8 and the HL3. So the 730,000, the HL8 asphalt's 188,000, and the HL3, like the top coat, is 189,000. So there's
300,000.
almost $400,000 in just the asphalt or close. So the rest is like I say, preliminary work. So
Deputy Mayor Webb,
Yeah, I was gonna just say that I'm in favor of budgeting for this in terms of going forward. Obviously, it's probably gonna be done. But to Councillor Flagler's point, that just given the number of other projects we have from this year and last year, I think in my opinion, the best way to proceed would be, as I said, budget for it and then, you know, get ready so we get out of first thing next year, but it'd be nice to get it done. I'm just saying our plate is pretty full as it is, catching up on things from last year. And if we could maybe take care of the fiscal side of it and have the money there and ready. And like I said, there'll be some sort of Pete needs to get some engineering workers stuff done, but
can it wait till next year? Like what did Covia say? Like
yes, through you, Mayor Martin. Yeah, they obviously would like it done sooner than later, but no, they thought this year or next year, and they brought it to, like I say, brought it to our attention here just recently. So, but if it's possible that, you know, we could have it completed by next year, I think they'd be very happy with that.
So I guess along with, so like you say, if we get some money started into this and plan on it for next year, that probably would be the safest way.
well, and further to that, I think it's been discussed here, whether there's, you know, engineering things or things we can do to prep the road for next year, but the major part of the construction would, come next spring or summer.
So you remember, I mean, Covia is a good commercial tenant or taxpayer that we have, so we want to do what we can, I think, to help them, but it makes a little bit of difference what they're contributing. If you're going to throw in 50 grand, then we'll make the decision when it's convenient for us on a budgeting process and a reserve process. But if they're going to get into some real numbers and they want it done this year, then that's a whole different. I just think I can see us sitting around here next year when we're doing the budget in June, talking about what stuff we didn't get done. And I think that's what we're trying to stop from happening next year, and loading Peter up. If he can do it, that's wonderful. But I don't want to be talking about.
And further to that, the money will be in one of Councillor Doherty's new reserves. It'll be earmarked in there.
Okay, so
Think move forward with it.
So
I'll put a motion to
How much,
move
how
forward.
much,
how much?
I don't know.
what's,
Well, I don't know what it costs to do engineering. This is where I'm really.
yeah. So what number would you feel be comfortable with there, Peter, to give you some room if you have time to do some engineering and get the plan in place?
Well, through you, Mayor Martin, like I say, it looks like the asphalt is the biggest, or half of the cost here from the 730,000. Looks like we're right around the 380,000 for the asphalt alone. So I would suggest like 300 is kind of my suggestion.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think put whatever, to me, put whatever number you want in there, but we aren't going to approve it today. Because we may want to pull half it back out, because if we get tight at the end and the tax rate is, we need some money. I think we have to keep in mind that that might be something that we.
So go ahead.
I just wanted to confirm that if we add Uniman, what the source would be. So if it's from the road reserve, then it won't affect the tax rate. So what were council or what were you thinking through your chair, like in terms of, is it road reserve or?
Yeah, where would you feel comfortable like coming from, Peter, like road reserve on OMPF, like, does that affect us? Is that one of those things, like, we've done that before where, and that's where I was talking about when the OMPF was separate, you could say, look, we've only used 500,000 OMPF this year and there's 1.2 million, so we'll take 300,000 from OMPF.
Through you, Mayor Martin, we had 950, I believe, for the Fish Hatchery Road, and it was coming from the OMPF admin reserve. And we're down to 150 there now, so we're down to 800,000
That's left in there.
that's left off of the Fish Hatchery Road.
Yeah.
With OMPF admin be an option.
Go ahead.
I have a question. Okay, this OMPF must be one big pot. Because everything in here is out of the OPF. We only got 1.2 million. And I don't know what we had left over from last year, but we had 1 million last year. So till we get that straightened out,
So it's all in the admin, go ahead. Lana.
As far as what's in it, it's 7.05 million at the beginning of 2023.
That's in the Ontario municipal.
It's in the admin reserve. There's actually no reserve called the OMPF reserve. It's a term that's used for maybe prior budget years, but OMPF goes into the admin.
To be spent on certain, to be spent on certain items.
Through chair, it's not, they don't attach specifications. It's unconditional. So
Okay.
You just don't usually use it to knock down the tax rate because you're gonna pay for it next year. So it knocks down the tax rate if we do projects or whatever that, but we have to be careful that we're not using it to say, look, I only want a 2% increase, so let's take that OMPF and knock the.
That's
You try and use it for one-off
I'm
projects.
confused. If you're getting a grant from the government coming in and you aren't taxing for it, it is affecting your tax rate.
Yeah, but you just have to be careful what you use it for.
Well, according to Lionel, can be used for anything.
It can be used for anything, but I
understand that, right?
So it can be used for anything, but what I'm saying is. And like I say, we can go and say, let's knock it down, let's not have a tax increase, let's put the 1.2 million, but next year it'll be. Double because we didn't do it, so you just have to be careful what you use it for, that it's one-off things, not things that are gonna affect us next year. Go ahead.
Right, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, you just hit it at the end. Typically, we use them for capital projects, so we don't pay off operating expenses because it's a recurring thing year after year, and obviously we're gonna have to make up.
But I hear repeatedly that it doesn't affect the tax rate. So if we're going to spend $500,000 and do paving, which is a specific project this year, if we didn't have that money, it would have to come from somewhere. And what's the other source?
Taxation.
Oh, taxation. So it does come from taxation if you don't take it out of that fund, right?
And that's what so it's undiscretionary funds, so but you gotta be careful, that's all I'm saying. You have to be careful, it's like. One of our townships that used to get a lot of slot money and they used to live off of it, and then when the slot money went away, the taxes went crazy because they didn't have that gift anymore, so. That's it's a great thing, but you just have to be careful with it, So if we put a number with this to help us this year,
So it's through Mr. Mayor, I was gonna just make a motion then that,
and we won't use the OMPF, if you're gonna take it from the admin reserve, the next year will be OMPF.
but don't, that's admin, same thing.
Okay,
Okay,
okay.
okay, so 200,000 from roads reserve, is that word? Sorry, admin OMPF reserve
What are we doing now?
to,
Taking care of-
200,000 from the.
For the Cobia project?
yeah,
Yeah.
to get Cobia
to get
started.
Started. So.
And
Motion,
sorry, just for the question on that, you've had discussions with them, so the numbers 730. Like, do you have any grasp in terms of like, are we talking them 1/3, us 2/3? Like, is it substantial what they're?
No, through you, Mayor Martin, no, they've just hired a new CAO, so he's just kind of getting his feet wet, as he hasn't been there very long, as far as I understand, but this was talking with some of the administration, and they said that they'd be willing to, put some percent towards it, so. That's not
it could be
installed.
equipment.
He's not gonna
Yeah.
spend any money.
It could be that they'll give the equipment. It might not be a
So-
number. It might be that they'll offer some
Yeah.
equipment to help us put the culverts in or do something. So it may just be an in-kind donation. We don't know what it is. They just said they would help us. Whether it's money or in kind, who knows? So at least if we have the work started, you'll be able to nail it down. If it comes in at $800,000 and maybe they'll offer something. Maybe they won't, because it's our road, so they don't have to give us anything. So, okay.
We also don't have to fix it, so.
Yeah, we do.
If we have certain standards, we
We have-
don't have to put $800,000 in to bring it up to standards. If we do, then what have we been doing on roads need study for the last 5 years?
It's okay.
So, yeah, I made that motion,
Sounds like,
200,
yeah, 200, seconded by Councilor Clement. All in favor, and that's carried. Okay, so the miscellaneous capital, it's 12:30 now. Let's get this part of it done and see where we're at. So. First item here is a 12-inch stripper. Now, there's a couple of things here. I was talking to Lionel earlier. And it's kind of like a shell game, but there was two things on here that we received that $115,000 for the storm damage last year. There is a possibility of using it. It has to go in a different direction, but how could we do it if we were to say the chipper and the two bins that I was talking about, instead of using the reserve, the waste reserve, purchasing the two bins towards helping with the storm this year, leaving a bin up at Shady Lane to continue collecting brush. There's some things that we need to do to finish up. There's still a lot of cleanup to do. So there's an option here that we could have took that 115,000, and I know it's an accounting thing that Lionel would have to help me with, but it kind of works in that if you took the 20,000 for the two bins that we were going to purchase and keep them to continue with the storm cleanup instead of using the waste reserve. And then the other part that's left over, the chipper, if we were to buy it with that money, it pretty well fits in. You could use it to, because it's money that we didn't know we were going to have. So go ahead.
Sorry, Lionel, the grant money, does that have to be for say capital expenses, or could we, if we had to hire a contractor to do cleanup, could we use it?
Future. We can use it for anything that would be related or could be seen as related to what occurred.
Okay.
From an accounting perspective, it has to be matched with the expense, unfortunately, so most of the expense will go into roads because or the greater public works, because that's where most of the expenses were. But the quickest and easiest way here would be to fund both of those projects through the roads/public works reserve. Okay. Because that's where the money is going to be ultimately going to that department, most of it.
Sure.
Okay, but if we had a cleanup we needed to do back north or something, say, and we had to hire a contractor, that grant money could be used to pay for the contractor.
Future absolutely could. I think the mayor was right about the 20 and 85, pretty much taking most of it, but
The only problem I have, we get the chipper for free, but somebody's gotta man the chipper.
Yeah.
And, you know, to me, it's 2 to 3 guys to run that properly. And as we said, the department only has 6 guys. So I don't want to use half my department out cleaning wood up. I think it would be, the money be better spent just getting a contractor to do that. That's my own personal opinion, so.
Okay. And that's fine. It's, no, if we can, maybe we can find it somewhere else. The chipper thing though, like you were saying, a lot of it was gonna be in the off season that you can, when you have time to do that sort of thing. But if not, we can rent one this year too, because we got a lot of cleanup to do still. I'm getting complaints everywhere. So we can blow that 115 easy on if you want to. Just get a contractor and we'll go crazy with the contractor.
Through you, Mayor, further to the point, we just went through, I don't know how many
Yeah.
roads projects that
That's
I think
good.
we all had comments on whether we're gonna get them done.
Sure.
And now we're trying to start a
Okay,
forestry cleanup program, I guess.
so the chipper thing, we can take that out of there. That's not a,
So can I?
Go ahead.
So, but didn't you say, Peter, renting a chipper is almost impossible, even like people are still doing cleanups from here.
Yeah, that's through you, Mayor Martin, that is the number one issue is finding one, you need one, that's the problem, that is the issue, like there are not that many to be found to even to be able to rent, but yeah, when you need it, that's exactly it. So.
And to continue on, is this not a capital item that can be depreciated? We own it?
You sure, I guess.
Okay, okay.
so
Yes, through you, Mayor Martin. The chipper, I would understand that would be hard to rent one, but these companies that actually do that for a business have their own chippers.
Yeah.
They're not,
Yeah.
so when you're hiring that contractor person to come in, they're coming in with their chipper.
Right, during that last storm?
Again, you know what, that's one of those storms that could have been 1 in 100 years.
Yeah,
Will we ever get another one? Who knows?
Okay, all right.
so it is I guess you could call it a luxury item if you know what, like it is one of those things that you do need a person to run it. We can take a chance. Just be aware though, that we do have a lot of cleanup to do this year and you know, it'll be easy to spend that 115,000. And you're right, we don't have the manpower to use the chipper to its fullest this year anyways with all the road construction. So we can try it this year with contractors. It'd be nice if we could get one on a retainer because we did run into trouble. We couldn't get, well, the one couldn't even get out the road because of to get his equipment out. But that's something we need to look at for the future. Is how do we can do a better job at cleaning up because they're not going away. We're gonna have, well, I guarantee we'll have one this year too. So
Ooh,
I will.
That's
I
nice.
will.
I
It
know.
will.
Okay,
It's-
all right.
I drove through a hailstorm. It was 25.
bad luck already.
Yeah, the day I drove through a hailstorm.
It'll be
it
the
was
same
25
size.
degrees, That I had to get under a bridge because I was worried about my sunroof coming out. So it was 25 degrees and hail. So anyways,
Through you, Mayor Martin, I'm just curious then, so.
so just take it out.
Take it out?
Yeah.
So the $150,000 grant, is that?
No, that's something I think we'll use it for contractors.
Excuse me, let's deal with, can I make a suggestion? We just deal with the chipper?
Yeah,
And then
that's what
we
we're
get,
doing.
well, no, not if we're spending the money on a contractor because we're doing 2 in 1
Well,
here.
that'll be something.
Okay, so that's a
Yeah.
separate, issue. I guess that's all,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah. So the tipper is out of there right now. We'll deal with that 115 later.
So through you, Mayor Martin, so the 115,000, so
Don't
that.
even talk about that right now. So
It's,
yeah, that's another thing. That might be for emergency to talk about.
You Chair, so if we delete the capital item, is the second part of that, the rental cost? What would be the amount that we would add in, assuming we do this work for the?
We probably won't, we won't, because it's like, we won't have time to do it anyways, so, so I wouldn't add anything in there that we're gonna, you know.
That's where,
Yeah,
sorry, through you, Mayor Martin, that's where my brain was going to.
yeah,
Yeah.
like you'll have to deal with that on the other side of it as far as,
What we're talking about, you said.
well, if he doesn't have that in there, there's gonna be another part that comes into it is for hiring a contractor to do it in his operating budget. But if that 115,000 is in there, Lionel, is that not something that we can work with? That might be the next discussion. That we're not going with the chipper, kind of like what Deputy Mayor Webb is saying. if we can leave that in somewhere to help us with the cleanup this year, because it's not gonna take long to use it up. Otherwise, you're gonna have to put another 115 in your operating budget or more. To get, like, I've got so many complaints about logs on the side of the road still that have to be picked up this year. So I think, like Deputy Mayor Webb saying, that we need some money in there, whether it's the whole 115 or what it is, but how would you do that, Lionel? How could you keep that 115 isolated?
Future cleanest way, and I think you spoke to the OMPF very similarly. If you wanted it to be isolated and drawn down, it would be to make reserve.
Make reserve for that 115 for it to clean up this year.
Future that would have its own GL account, and you could see what the balance was.
Okay.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I was gonna spend some of that 115 on maybe this tree program that you had, maybe up it from 5 to 10 and use it out of the 115 because we lost a lot of trees. But it appears like we burned it all.
So in the past, that's came out of council initiatives and, you know, I think there's some other suggestions coming here. I think there'll be, we can do that later. Yeah, we can do it later.
It's already spent.
No, not from that, but we can.
Different money.
It's, yeah. Okay, so leave the chipper out, and if you, do you want a motion then that we create an account for that 115 towards farm cleanup?
Future, yeah, if it could mention the creation of the reserve, yeah, that would be great.
Okay, moved by Deputy Mayor Webb, seconded by Councillor Flagler. All in favor? Carried. Trackless sidewalk unit here. Years.
Through you, Mayor Martin, this is just a straight replacement. It's in our life expectancy of 12 years. We're right there with this machine. So we talked briefly in the last budget meeting. If we just use the unit, we can keep all our attachments. The hopper is only 2 years old on the back, and it was 10,000. But it's you know, we'd have to go for tender.
So when you sell that one there, it would be nice if you could let council know what kind of number you're getting for it. Like if it's only. You'll bring a report back anyways at what the, like when it goes to go on gov deals or whatever, but if it's like. If it's $25,000 we're only gonna get for it, you might have a different thought, but let's see what it's appraised at. But for now, it's buying the tractor, which needs to be done. So I don't think that's a question there as much as how we're gonna do it. And the idea here is to take it from your reserve fund, which we've been budgeting for what lifespan is on that?
12 years.
Okay. So, so motion.
I'll make a motion.
Moved by Councillor Clement that we replace the tractor.
The trackless.
Yeah. Second by Deputy Mayor Webb. All in favor? Did you see that picture I sent you from the beach? They use them down there and they got a dumpster on the back of it. And they drive the beach and it picks up the garbage can and goes over just like the big trucks, but it's a sidewalk plow, like it's a trackless. And it dumps the garbage can. So anyways, okay, so the next the half-ton truck.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Martin. So the truck, that was an important one, the sidewalk machine to be replaced, and 1446 is the other one that's really important. I think that we need to get underway. The half-ton truck is it's more or less a replacement as well, but we've been running short on one truck for 4 years, I want to say now. So and as you know the story, we had the 3 trucks and then we had that little 1 ton with a nice little dump box, like a landscaper box, which added as a vehicle as well for cold patching and whatnot. So we're at 3 trucks. So this was just more or less to get us back to.
You got 2 new trucks this year. I'm just wondering if we were to pull that out this year and maybe. Like you say, we keep hearing about the 1 ton that we used to have. Maybe for the next budget, you can, speak with Parks and see if there is an opportunity here to do some sharing. But for today, this replacement of the half ton, I think we could probably, like you say, we went 4 years. Let's maybe try and get away with it for this year. So
I'll pass a motion, remove it.
remove it. Councillor Clement, Councillor Doherty, all in favor. Carried. Okay, the tandem here, you're right. These are things, some of these things are things that we're gonna have to get on to, like, it'd be nice if we could get into the 2-year plan ahead, because it seems like we always get them at the end of the next winter, which might be all right, but it's
This is how it's been getting.
So the tandem 1446, you would like to start the order process or?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Martin, I'm gonna ask Lionel maybe to help out here a little bit. So this is a replacement. It's a 2014. It's a 10-year life expectancy.
Yeah.
The word still is, we're 2 years from
Getting it.
date of order to the time you actually receive the vehicle. So it's not like we need the money. There's no way we'd have the truck this year. So
No.
hopeful would be by next winter. So I think Lionel maybe had some options or ideas that we could
Through Chair, I'm not sure, like brilliant ideas here, but we don't have anything in the budget for that right now, so I think it would be like a pre-approval situation like you've already done, council's already done today. Like there's nothing currently in the budget for that tandem replacement.
But it's coming from the equipment reserve, right?
In theory, if there was something in there, it's coming from the ONPF reserve, so, but there's nothing in the budget.
Oh,
Is-
probably 350, what is?
What's the number you, Mayor Martin? Yes, our last truck was exactly $350,000.
What was that?
That was 2021.
400 would be a good number than 4.
Yes, I agree.
Why do we need it?
It's for you, Mr. Ray. We don't have any reserve for this 10-year-old tandem truck. Did I hear that right?
Future, we do have the roads equipment reserve. It's not overly high right now. It's about 600,000.
Oh, it's
So,
not.
may I do a follow-up? Asset management report suggests so much to put in. We haven't been doing that then until now. Or we have been and we're just a little shy with what our requirements are, because that's,
Maybe because we're a year ahead that it hasn't had this year's contribution to there, that would make a little bit of a difference, but
we're Panasonic, then, aren't we?
well, it's pretty,
You share, there was a $205,000 contribution this year. The projected total at the end of 2023, because there's a lot of funding from roads reserve here, will be 321. So there's no space to buy this piece of equipment through the roads reserve.
wow. And that's more reason why we've got to go over these, because I've seen a few reserves that are light and I don't know what's happening there, but.
Did you just say that? you Should not be buying the 1446 out of reserves.
Future, no, it's certainly not my decision. I'm just saying that the.
No, I didn't mean it like that.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that's your advice, right? So I guess there's no way we should be going for the rubber tire excavator either then. It's even more expensive.
Yeah, through you, Chair, that's actually in the budget, so it's up to council whether they want to do one, do both, leave out one, but right now the rubber tire excavator is in and it's being taken out of the, if I'm not mistaken, the roads reserve, roads equipment reserve, so that's one of the reasons why it's gone from 900,000 to projected 321 at the end of 2023.
So one of the suggestions I had later for that rubber tired excavator was to split it down the middle instead of taking it all this year. To look at taking half of it this year, but kind of pre-approving, because we're not going to get it this year, even if you ordered it. It's again, so it's these two things here right now. If we were to take half this year and half next year, to work it into the budget, it would allow us to order these two pieces of equipment and pay for them through the reserve. If we need be, but it was for the 2024 budget, I keep saying it's so close here that you're not going to get it this year, so it's for 2024, same as the replacement truck. So we just start the ball rolling, but we could use the reserve for both of them, like as a half of it.
Sorry, the old tandem, do we were getting anything for that?
No, we still have that. Actually, we're going to bring a report to the council. We have it for an annual safety here right now, and I think it's a council decision on what we do, but the way it was left, I believe, till we replace the next truck, that truck was supposed to be used as a spare truck for any breakdowns, but with this coming in, if this one gets ordered, it's up to council, I think, with the amount that it's required to repair, if we want to fix it or sell it as.
Going forward though, once we get the new one, we would get rid of the old, we only need one, right?
Right.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
So go ahead.
Yes, through you, Mayor Martin. So actually, Deputy Mayor Webb. So the one truck you already have the 1446, right? 'Cause you
Yep.
only need one of them. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Right? So it's just getting older and you need to do repairs on it.
They have a 10-year.
I understand these are all modules and this 10-year, I mean, they say 10 years for the vehicles too, but in 5 years, they want new vehicles. Like the half-ton trucks aren't even
They're
lasting.
not 10 years, they're 7 years.
They're 7. Okay, well, they're not lasting 7 years.
They're 5 years right now.
Yeah. So now the rubber tire excavator thing, do we have one of those or no?
No.
And what was the purpose of purchasing that? I think you said,
All the work. We rent one right now.
Top of my head, top of my head, it's roadside mowing, it's brushing, there's $50,000 operating every year that goes towards that machine, right? We hire that equipment, so it's in their water, it'd be in the waste,
so it's 50,000 a year that rents.
plus I'd have to think through those. Yeah, it's quite a bit per year that we could be taking out of our operating contract or rental equipment.
Is that a company coming in to do that? Is it a contract with them? So, but what I'm trying to get at is that we're having projects now and we're having difficulty finishing them in the year. So if you're gonna take on this new job, so are you doing that job right now? Or is it a company coming in and doing it?
Yes, so through you, Mayor Martin, yeah, so we have done this job in the past, but we have sold the attachment off of our trackless. We used to do all the roadside mowing
Right.
ourselves.
Right,
The attachment was sold, so.
I think she means though for this rubber tire excavator. You rent the equipment, but our operator uses it right now, right?
No.
No?
Through you, Mayor Martin, no, we have it contracted out to a local contractor again, but it's their operator and their machine.
right.
Oh, so we don't need it.
No,
Yeah, like I thought our operator was using it last year.
So through you, Mayor Martin, so our operator, when we rent a rubber tired excavator to do.
That's what I'm talking about, the rubber tired excavator.
Okay, my mistake.
Yeah.
We were on two different
Okay.
subjects. So our rubber tired excavator, our operator was in it doing culverts, ditching, all of that stuff. Yes,
Okay.
we just
that's what I
paid the
thought.
straight hourly rental fee with no operator.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah, so
so
we
you had to
are.
rent
operating-
you had to rent the equipment to do it.
yes.
And it's 50 grand a year to rent that?
No, I'd have like
No.
the cost on the machine per year to rent, it was very, very reasonable. And it was, I want to say it was close to $10,000
Okay,
in my head, just for the rental for the couple months that we had the machine.
right. So if it's reasonable rental, would it not be in the best interest to continue to rent? Seeing that the cost of it is 450. And if you can rent it for, 20 grand a year, 10 years, that's only 200 grand. I don't know, like. Just curious on that.
So last year, we tried to get this in there and talking about leasing. That fell through.
Peter, on page 157, where you're saying that if the savings per year is 85,000.
Yes, that's through you, Mayor Martin, that's where I was trying to find that, yes. So with all of our operating budgets that we hire out, rental equipment rental that we'd hire out.
Right.
Yeah, I did the math on it, and it would be across 3 different operating budgets. So that's between our brushing, our roadside mowing, and the waste transfer sites, ditching, even on our, like the third line, it'd be working on the third line most, like a month, 2 months, it'd be sitting there ditching, changing culverts for us. So, I mean, winter time, we could be doing their brushing, help with the cleanup. It's a very versatile machine, and
you've never had that machine
we've
before?
never had one like that here before.
We've been trying, but it's an expensive piece, so we've been trying to work it in.
Exactly.
Mr. Mayor, we're trying hard to work it in, but we've never put any money across for
No.
reserve. So how could we be trying to work?
Last
it
year,
in?
we were looking at leasing, and I don't know where that went. This is one of those things, Jerry, that there was a great plan in place, but there was nothing with it. And yeah, it's, you're right, but there was nothing. Well, because I actually reported to the Lake Association last year that we were buying one, because it was right after the budget and we were supposedly buying it or leasing it. And now we didn't even get one, so.
That was a fairy, the leasing was a fairy tale from the county, wasn't it? They wanted trucks and all this stuff and it was gonna save us a monumental amount of money.
So through you, Mayor. So can I ask questions? I've got community press here and one of our neighboring communities have put in a bid. They know they won't get it to 2024. In the bid, is there a specific limit that you put on that you're willing to spend? How does that work?
They're, so that number that Peter's given us there, that's what he would be working with. We would go out and look for, like an RFP for the unit. It could come in lower, I mean, higher, then there'd be a report coming to us before we buy it. That's just a number for the budget. And then once Peter gets a price on the equipment, it would come to us and we would decide yay or nay, like hopefully it's lower, but,
So this township has put in their request for a formal proposal.
yeah, that's what we would do if we approve it in our budget.
So but it still has to come back saying A or nay.
Not for.
He has a number to work. If it comes in under budget, it's pretty straightforward, but if it comes in over that budget, council would have to make a decision if they want to go over. Peter has a number here that, you know, he's checked around on what they're going for roughly. But like that's the whole part of budgeting for township. It's the best guesstimate price that staff is putting in here. We're working with that number. It's not set in stone. Something could change tomorrow. It's like our fuel prices when you put it into here and you're budgeting for $1.50 a liter and it comes in at 200. It's we're doing the best estimate here, but the final thing is when Peter goes out for an RFP to purchase this thing, if it comes back higher or lower, he's gonna bring a report back and we would say, yes, take it from that reserve that we put it in and we'll buy it, or no, it's too much money, cancel it. So that's where it goes. These are just best guesstimates. These are not set in stone, these prices. They're the best we can do. And it gets worse. When we start doing budgets in December, the police contract doesn't come in until January, February. So you're gonna do a guesstimate. It's not gonna be set in stone. And if it comes in 500,000 more, that's what that reserve was put in there for, is we can help ourselves out without taxing. And we'll worry about it the next year. So go ahead.
Through, Mr. Mayor, Peter, if you had to make a choice between your replacing 1446 tandem and your rubber tired excavator, which one would you opt for?
Through you, Mayor Martin, we'd have to go with the tandem.
It has to go. It has to be done.
But we have no prices on it, but we have prices on the excavators. So you think the tandem's about 350?
The last tandem we purchased was 350, yes, yeah,
And that was
But
4 years ago? 5 years?
2021.
so again, follow-up question, if we don't have the money to buy two, so like, to me, it's.
So what I was saying is about splitting it over 2 years. There's an option here that you could work with the OMPF money and buy, you know, put half of it towards get it in the order in the queue. We're not going to get it this year anyway. So next year's budget, we're going to be dealing with that probably in December, January, early January, late December. So at least we would have the truck has to be ordered. It's really, I don't even know why it's on here. It's I know you have to put it on here, but it's something that has to be done. You know, we don't want to be broke down in the winter time. That's why we kept a spare truck last time, because it was you can't even get those things. So, and you did use it this year. You know, when winter comes, you don't have a choice. So, but the rubber tired excavator is it's an extra. It's something we haven't had. It's something that we need. We used to have 2 backhoes. We got rid of 1 backhoe. That was the biggest mistake we did. We thought we were being thrifty. We're running with 1 backhoe here. That's sketchy.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, I understand your point and a lot of good points made, but the other side of it is, to me too, is for every piece of equipment we buy, we're gonna have to either pay more in wages or hire somebody new going forward.
No, but they're
using.
they're operating it
Oh, yeah,
now.
I understand. But
That's what I was sold on, is when we found out, because I thought the same thing. I don't want to get into having another operator. And when he told me that we're the operator, we're just renting the equipment. There's so many things that could be used for, but it's, you know, whatever you want. If you want to take it out, that's fine too. It's.
so well, what I'm hearing is, at least from staff and I guess some of council, is that you'd like to go with the like the tandem, right? You need the tandem.
Yes, through you, Mayor Martin, yeah, the tandem is due for replacement,
But you said we're not gonna get that till next year, right?
it's,
There's no way we'd get it this year, you said.
through you, Mayor Martin, I think we'd be lucky if we had it for 2020, going into 2024-2025 season. If we ordered it tomorrow, like, from what I understand, it's a year and a half to 2 years before we have a truck.
So, so I don't know how procuring these comes about. If we budgeted for that over 2 years, Lionel, could we go ahead and purchase it now? Or would we have to budget that money now?
Future, if council wanted to pre-commit the 2024 budget, you wouldn't have to put anything in this year's budget. You just say in 2024, it's going.
No, I think it'd like to put something in there, but I just didn't know if for legal reasons or accounting reasons or whatever, we had to cover that off. So I would be seeing that we're 2.5 to 3 years out. I guess sort of go for the tandem and then if there's any money left over, I guess we can talk about maybe putting some money into the fund for the higher excavator, but what do you rest of you think?
Yeah,
That'd be
it's for
right,
you,
Madam
Mayor
Chair.
Martin. So, okay, so a new tandem truck is what you need, and what's the year on that tandem truck again?
14. It's a 2014.
It's 14, so it is 10 years old. Okay, I get that. And then the other one, the tire excavator, right now, we're renting that. But it's our operators operating it, so it's not another company. Correct?
Correct.
Oh, and both of those is our people using that.
Correct.
Okay, all right.
So,
I-
so am I hearing that we'll pull the excavator, but the tandem there, we gotta get some money in there for that to get. To get it going.
Well, yeah, that's.
Okay, so I'll make a motion that we put the 200,000 this year and 200 next year for the tandem.
I'll second.
Lionel?
Future, yeah, most definitely, if we're taking out the 450. If I could just clarify though, the tandem, I think I heard that it was moved, that it's coming from the OMPF reserve, not the roads reserve? Or
Well, whatever.
I didn't say anything, but
Okay.
whatever, whatever council likes on that. Yeah, I didn't really give direction in
We
terms
have
of
the money
what
in there
fund
when
it was
we get
coming
this
from.
all straightened out and perhaps.
But I'm worried about
Make it.
the OMPF in terms of
Yeah, there's lots there.
we're hitting it pretty hard. We're in the roads. No, I know.
May I ask another question, Peter, on that rubber tired that we rent? How many hours a year do you rent that?
For you, Mayor Martin, so
How many months or?
pretty much we rent it for approximately 3 months and normally ends up we work it for 2 months. Is generally the hours that we put on the machine, and that we just keep it for the most specific times, you know, for our road jobs or for a water repair or, but the contractor does use this. It's not a rental center. It's a contractor that rents us the machine. So and
But you were
So
talking
we
on the
just-
brushing side of it. That was the other thing you were adding to that,
yes,
the brushing side of it. You were gonna start doing that in the off season.
yeah, that's correct. Yes, we'd be doing brushing the rip through the winter. The roadside mowing, we'd be adding to that on top of 2 months. That we, you know, construction season, I would say, right? So.
But for this year, you know, it's like you say, we've been hitting things pretty hard.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Through you, Mayor Martin. So you rent it for 3 months, but only use it for 2?
Yes.
This doesn't make sense to me.
Through you, Mayor Martin, so they use us very well. They go off the hour meter on the machine.
A what?
The hour meter on the machine, so there's on every machine, there's an hour meter, so we just keep track of how many hours it's on the actual meter on the machine. So we
Oh,
have
okay.
it for 3 months, but really, we're only,
Okay, so it sits for a week, you're not getting
we're
charged.
not getting charged,
Okay,
yeah.
got it.
So they use us very well that way.
Okay.
on The rental of the machine.
Right. Thank you.
So the rubber tired excavator, I'm hearing that we pull that from there.
I
And
bring it up.
so there's 4 things left in here. We're gonna go for lunch here. And we're gonna, so
Do we have a motion for that?
a motion to remove the rubber tired excavator by Deputy Mayor Webb, seconder. Counselor Doherty, all in favor, carried. Okay, so the next, there's 4 items. Does anybody have anything with them that for discussion here.
Well, no, not really. I would like for sure for the road speed study and the sign need study to be included. I know we don't have a number there.
Yeah.
But I think those are two things going forward that need to be done, Peter. Sooner rather than later, like.
Yes, through you, Mayor Martin. It's unfortunate that I never came with a number from the one engineering firm, but I can reach out to more and see if we can get a number and bring that number back or put something in here to start with.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, when we discussed it, we kind of thought about 15 to 20, maybe. I don't, that might be high, that might be low.
Is that both of them?
Each, okay, so
Thank you.
I don't know, like I said, it could be double that, it might be half that, I'm not really sure.
Where do those funds come out of?
I imagine.
Probably
We'll go-
Admin, like
That's hit her hand.
Is there a roads reserve? Right, it can't be low. It seems like more of a road reserve thing for the road study, right? So, but I don't know, whatever.
yeah,
counts.
no, it's not that much, so,
15
Okay, sorry.
15 each.
15 each?
yeah. For
Is that
the
enough,
road-
Peter? Yeah, 15?
For the road
Okay.
speed study, and can we tie them both together, the road speed study and the sign need study? Moved by Deputy Mayor Webb, seconded by Councillor Clement, all in favor, and that's carried.
See, I may have missed it, but was there a motion to add the tandem purchase?
Did I?
Yeah, 200,000 over 2 years.
Yeah,
Sorry,
Yeah.
there had been a motion, sorry.
yeah. 2 and 2.
200 and 200.
So the pressure washer is there. If we can get through these two items and then we're gonna go for lunch. The pressure washer is in there if, you know, it's up to council, and that's why it's here.
I'll make a motion, we approve the power washer.
That's great.
Yeah, so moved by Councillor Doherty, and
Just,
I just need I can see
okay,
if I can get a seconder before we talk to it.
okay,
Seconded by Deputy Mayor Webb.
right.
Go ahead.
My question, the power washer, don't you already have one?
Yep.
And you want two of them?
We have 2 shops.
Yes,
I see, there's 2 shops, so can you not just pick one shop to do the washing of the trucks?
through Mayor
Or
Martin.
is that not possible?
We moved our old one up here to the new shop, and most of our equipment is down there, so the pressure wash we're talking about is as big as this table, it's a steam Jenny, so it's got the hot water, it's diesel operated, so it, you know, you get a nice clean and 6-line shop it's all salt water, is which why and the reason they don't last, the pressure washers assault very hard on them, so they don't last very long,
Okay,
so
sorry, Peter.
that's okay.
All in favor of that motion? And that's carried. And the last item here, I don't know whether it should come from the road reserve, but I do like this speed sign, but Jerry, go ahead.
The speed sign, I know we got one last year.
No. Time we didn't,
Okay, what sign did we get last? The one we put on wheels that flashes
Black-
how fast you're going.
It's black
So
cat,
we're
yeah.
gonna call it something else.
Okay.
So it's a black cat. So this is a white cat then?
This,
Well, no, I don't.
It's
It's a difference.
This is like the one in Norwood or wherever you go into communities. We have one at the other end of town. The other one broke, so we don't have it anymore. But it's on the.
Whatever you want to call it, what kind of data do we get from it? I guess it's, sorry, Mr. Mayor, that's all I wanted to find out. I don't, you can call it late for dinner. I don't.
Well, we don't collect a lot of, we can, it's capable of collecting.
It is capable.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
But the road reserve, I am worried about it, what coming from there, and I don't know if there's anywhere else we can get it from. It's only 15,000, but it's 15,000. We approved it last year, but we didn't budget for it, right, Lionel?
To you, Chair, I have to check my list here. If it was approved, they're gonna.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say later.
so through you, Mayor Martin, it was approved just late summer, early fall,
Yeah.
so it wasn't in last year's budget council.
So can we leave that out of here for now, and we'll talk about it as a council, like, I think there's ways of doing it, and so when we come back after lunch, when we get into the council, suggestions that they're looking for. A lot of it will be around OMPF and things like that, but, everybody has an item on here that they would like to see. I think when we come back after lunch, we can talk about that, like, for now, it's, no, it's not with you. We'll just leave that with council as far as the, if we can do it or not. Okay? And is that it for your, that's it for your wants and needs and,
Sorry,
okay,
Peter. Sorry.
all right. Okay, so I'm gonna
Where would you come in?
look for a motion to, we'll take lunch for 45 minutes. I'm back at, 1:45 or something. What everybody want? 1:45. Motion to.
Are you getting lunch?
I'm going home. I got my phone, I got a phone call waiting.
Oh, yeah, you're in.
Okay, move by Deputy Mayor Webb, seconded by Councilor Clement, all in favor. Okay, all right, so welcome back and I'll look for a motion that we resume the special meeting, moved by Deputy Mayor Webb, seconded by Councilor Doherty, all in favor, and that's carried. Okay, so the next part, we can always come back if there's anything that's still outstanding from the documents this morning, but council had some individual things that they're interested in that maybe aren't in the budget yet or but so, you know, and I started off there, I was showing some that one thing that we used to have in the budget was the council initiative and it's hard to find it in there now, so I think it's in the admin reserve. It was just generalized, but we used to take it from OMPF and create it was an $80,000 fund that we had for council initiatives. If something popped up, we could always turn to that between budgets. It was a little hefty. We never used it all. It's not visible right now as council initiatives. So one of the things we've been talking about different grants and I was going to throw a suggestion out there that we look at that from the OMPF and we create 4 reserves out of that. I'm not sure if it even adds up to 80, but one grant would be a $10,000 grant for the community grant for local community groups. We talked about that before, so it would be introducing that from the OMPF with $10,000 reintroduce the $10,000 environmental grant that was for shoreline preservation. We brought it out last year. Only 2 used it, I think, if I'm not mistaken. So it was up to $1,000 and they had to match it. So 2 lakes did use it and did some it's around education for waterfront. The third grant, I brought this forward a few times. It's a private road grant and it was copying Marmon Lake's outline, but we had our own spin that we were talking on putting on it as far as, you know, capping it or, you know, the policy around it isn't in place, but it was a $15,000 private road grant that people could apply for to help them with their roads, whether it's an emergency fund or whatever, but and then instead of the 80,000 for council initiatives, it was a $30,000 or $40,000 council initiative fund that's in there. So whatever that adds up to, that's if it was at the 40, 50, 60, $75,000, it's almost the same as the 80,000 that we have for council initiative, but it's breaking it into 4 grants that would be specific to those items. So it's just a thought. That was my easiest way to introduce them all. You know, we've talked about all of these things, but we haven't ever put it in place. So, so my suggestion would be taking it from OMPF, and every year it would be, that's how the environment grant was supposed to be, that it would just come from there. And like, normally it would be like if only 2,000 was taken from it, it would be just a matter of putting 2,000 back in there to keep it at 10. The 10 came up because we have 10 lakes. So if every lake took a environmental grant, it would cover most of the big lakes. It was new last year. If it doesn't work this year, if it's not being used, you know, every year this is going to come back, but it's just a thought for this year that we look at those 4 grants, and it's basically taking the council initiative that we used to have and breaking it up into specific grants to try and get give it a different look. So I don't know what council's thoughts are on that. It's the Deputy Mayor Webb.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, I agree, in terms of, maybe focusing some of that money with a grant structure towards different organizations in this. Yeah, I'm easy 30 or 40 for council initiatives, because as we know, throughout the year, there are a number of things that pop up that aren't in our heads at budget time. So it's nice to have a pool of money there to draw from. And yeah, and to the roads grant, exactly. That's something that's been worked on for quite some time, and we've heard from the public about that. So I'd like to see that move forward as well.
So.
Mr. Mayor, since we've had the grant in the past, one of them, you said the environmental grant, only 2 people took it. So what was the grant amount last year? What,
It was 10 last year.
so did they take all 10 or 1,000 each?
No,
So 8. So do we need to put another 10, or do you just top it up by 2 to get it back where it was?
So I guess for this year, where I'm coming from, I guess I'm gonna call it the administration fund. Because next year it would be shown differently when Lionel does his stuff for the next budget, but for this year, that's the way it would be. It is only taking 2,000 for the environmental grant, but for this year, we're taking it from the administration reserve. Next year, it'll look differently when Lionel does this
I think
thing.
it's topping it up for 2,000.
Just topping it up to 10,000 for this year. Yeah, like I know what you're trying to see. So we're working with 2 things here. We're working with the OMPF, and we're working with, so theoretically, it's coming from the OMPF and it's tied to the OMPF. So if the OMPF ever went away, these grants would go away too. We wouldn't have the money for them. For this year, we're using the administration reserve because that's where all the OMPF has been dumped into. So you're right. I know what you're trying to say there, and you're right. But for now, it's going to look like that other document we were looking at, that it's $10,000 for the environmental grant this year. From the admin reserve, but it's really only 2,000 because the other 8 probably went back into that admin reserve that we didn't use last year, right, Lionel?
Through chair. I'm not sure what to say on that one, to be honest, so
Because you couldn't find the environment, you couldn't even find the,
no.
that's the problem. We had it, but where it was coming from,
Through chair. Just so we're all kind of the same plane here. Are we discussing creating reserves for all these? Because otherwise they'd be just line items in every single budget. If you're talking about creating reserves and topping them up to a certain level every year, that's different than adding them to the budget like a line.
so I think,
So
yeah, so that's what I'm, so
adding the
if you want
reserves.
to do them one at a time, go through them one at a time, but yeah, they would be their own line, and then like, if, like, I think like Jerry's saying, like that, we only use 2,000 on the environmental. This year, it would be only like putting 2 more thousand back into that reserve to keep it at, like, it was always supposed to be kept at 80 for the council initiatives. And every year we just topped it up. I don't know where it went. But that was the idea when we developed the council initiative grant. We would just top it up every year from the OMPF. It was tied to OMPF too. But so if you have to do them individually, whatever's easier for your accounting way of dealing with it. I don't know. You were around for them, Bob, like you've heard council initiatives for years.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Martin. So just as an example, the environmental grant in the last term of council was approved initially as a $10,000 maximum in the pot of money. $2,000 was claimed through the grant process. But it was not identified as a separate line item in the budget. So it was just part of the pool of money that I believe was the OMPF money. So I think going forward, I think it would be prudent to identify these items as separate line items, and then we could do a better job of tracking those.
That's kind of what we could talk, that's kind of like the flavor of the day is we just want to know where these things are at, and if that's the easiest way. Whatever the easiest way is to keep it separate, if that's what we need to do, I guess that's what I'm saying here is that. We can make a separate line for each of the grants and do them individually here to see if anybody's in favor of them.
Future, having them as separate line is fine, but if we want to keep track of them in their level, they should be, I think I'm hearing you want reserves. And you want to transfer to those reserves as a line item every year, so it'd be like 4 new reserves. And you want to be able to tell what the balance is one year to the next, and
Yeah.
add on to it. So it would be adding a line item in the budget, but also creating 4 new reserves.
Yeah, and so that what it comes down to, like maybe next year, if we find only 2 take it from the Lake Association, we may adjust those and say, you know what, we only need $5,000 in that reserve. It would be easier to track it that way if we had the numbers separate. To know how it's getting used, because yeah, like if it's in the big pot, we seem to, like, we lose it. And goes off into the admin reserve, so.
You, Mayor Martin, so this $1,000 grant, that was for environmental, or is that for to fix the roads back?
No, that was the environmental grant we created last year. That was a separate, it was just for water, shoreline preservation and education.
Oh, so they just did a bunch of
They applied for it,
advertising.
yeah.
Okay. Now, do they have to show, like, are they associations?
Yeah, it
applying
has
for
to be the
this?
association. Yeah.
So are there financial statements put in with that as well?
I don't think they had
They
to.
never asked?
They had to
No,
be
through you, Mayor Martin,
registered.
we did not ask for financial statements. What we did ask was a matching contribution. So this was a reimbursement of expenses that were already paid. So they were to present their receipt for payment and then we reimburse.
Okay, all right.
Councilor Doherty?
Well, I don't have any problem with any of the reserves and setting them up whatever way you want, but you need a policy around how you're going to handle each one of them and what's going to happen, because that's I think part of the thing that's missing is if you're going to environmental, you got to, I'm okay with the money. It's just how you segregate it and get what we want before sending the money out. And the environmental is a lot different than the road one, because we had different thought processes for it as opposed.
That's right. So we have a policy for the environmental grant, and before those could be issued, we'd have to create the policy around those, and staff would bring that to us of what it looks like. So,
Yeah, no,
yeah, so it would be exactly like, so Bob created or somebody did the environmental policy, and it was sent out to all the associations, and that's where it came from. So, and you'd have to do that with all of these things, even the community grant. We haven't really got a policy around it. We've talked about it a lot, but we have groups that are looking for a little money, and we never had we just kept pulling it. Well, I think we used council initiatives in the end, but at least it would be there, and we have up to $10,000 for the year if we don't use it. You know,
you said we don't use it. Well, I think the policy should state right there. If we don't use it, it's going to remain on, but we're going to keep it at 10 grand or 5,000 or whatever. It's not a new line item for 10,000 on an annual basis and roll over
that's right.
perpetuity. It's
Exactly.
let's deal with it on a one-off basis. I think we should, my opinion is that we keep it at 80,000. You can divide it, make the numbers work, add another 5,000 to the road grant or whatever. Keep the initiative at 80 because that's what it was last year. But in technical terms, I guess the 80 is on the budget somewhere. Lionel, is the 80,000 initiative somewhere in there?
If you share it, it wasn't shown as such in 2022.
Okay. No,
so but
That's the short answer.
that's a good answer. Short answer is good.
So you want to come up with the numbers there that what, keep it at the 80 then? Like you say, we can just add the other
5,000, whatever you
To the
want.
community.
I think to your point, we should be keeping it in.
80. And
The
separate.
80 number is fine.
Yeah.
I mean, it needs to be separated out into whether it's environmental grant, roads grant, and then a separate pool for us. So
So if you were to go with the 10 for community grant, 10 environmental grant, 15 road grant, and then 45 for the council initiatives, I think that adds up to 80.
It does.
What's,
So what do we need? So what do we need a motion?
if you want a
For
motion,
the full amount,
you,
80, and then we can
we do it?
that'd be for everything, for him to break it out to
Yeah, so.
and then we can do it.
with the three, how many? Four?
So through you, Mayor Martin, the motion is to create these 4 reserves at these designated dollar amounts as maximums. And then we'll have to spell out the details of
You
each
want an
one.
individual?
Okay,
motion
so
for each one?
No, one more.
Sure.
Cover it all.
Okay. So let's move by Councilor Doherty and seconded by Deputy Mayor Webb. All in favor? And that's carried. Okay. So the next item I had on your heart, you had a CIP that you were working on.
So, yeah, the CIP, I think we talked about it, it's gonna be expanded to include the whole township. I believe we already have a couple of, Sherry was here, I know we have a couple of applications that are in the queue right now. Probably looking at anywhere between 10 and 15,000. Our commitment to their matching dollars on that is 2,500 per. Whatever it is per section of the CIP, so, and as of right now, I don't know if there's any money in there, so. It used to be topped up to 25, with the initial CIP, I was looking for more, hopefully 50. Because the 25 could, well, with the 12 that we've got sitting in there. It could be eaten up in a couple applications, right, so.
Through you, Mayor Martin, was CIP.
Community improvement plan. So JJ and Tanya here did different, we offer, it's matching dollars, so. I think most of them are up to $2,500, Bob, I believe. So say a facade improvement down here, Tanya and JJ redid their building, right? So they redo the front with the signs and everything.
Yeah.
They can apply for matching dollars. So if the sign costs them $5,000, they pay 25, we pay 25. Now, all the work that is being done at, say, their place, they have to submit a report to us. Staff looks it over, Bob, I believe the chief building official. And I imagine now Sherry, our economic development officer.
Right.
Go over it to make sure it meets what our goals, what we're trying to accomplish here as a council and a community, right? So.
Right.
And then once it's approved, it will come back, I believe, to council for final approval and then goes off. So.
And then the half,
Yeah.
we pay half.
Yeah,
for-
yeah.
but-
And then the other
It's
part
free stuff.
I should speak to, because that's why, kind of why we want the limit up is, there's matching dollars, in terms of getting facade work or whatever, actual work done, but there is a loan component to it, which we're looking to maybe promote more. So it'd be a $5,000 loan to whoever, and then they would pay it back to the township. We're looking at increasing that to 10,000, because just for the simple fact that. Especially if you're gonna start a business, how much work are you really gonna get done for $5,000 these days, right? So. We just looked at upping the limit to 10,000, and. When I up that limit to 10,000, if I only have 25 in my pool, it eats it up pretty quick,
So
right?
then that's a loan though.
Yeah,
for the
that would
business, and
come
they
back,
have to-
exactly, that money would, but I just want to make sure that we have the money there, right, so.
Right. And what about the grant thing where they can half of it for?
Well, that-
They're part of it.
Yeah, but we're actually the government in that case, so we're the
Yes.
ones giving the money, so
Right.
as long as we're okay with the plan and it falls within the parameters that we will match the dollars in terms of what it is up to $2,500. So maybe it's only 8, and if it's 3,600, they pay 18.
Right.
So.
Sorry, 3 minutes. So when you talk about expanding it to the rural, so it's quite easy to see it in town because you see the storefronts. How would it apply to the rural, like a country store or like a Cordova store or something like that?
And that's what's going through Mike, can't remember his last name, from Foten. I should know that, thank you. He's finalizing a lot of that, but in the discussions we've had up to now, we thought that it would be better to focus on. And that this will all be, once the final draft comes out, it will be in the CIP itself, but the say areas outside the town. Be stuff that would really help, like, how this is. If you're back in 2 miles off the road, we're not gonna pay for a facade improvement on your, your store or whatever, because people aren't gonna be able to see it. Whereby as if you had a sign out by the road, and maybe you want to put a new sign to advertise it. So it's stuff that's gonna have to be, stuff to be visible to the public, and like I said, will be worthwhile, right? Not just to the person who's getting the money.
Yeah, so like out here, we have a nice sign for wildflower,
Yep.
something like that, at the end of the road saying,
Oh, it's-
such in or
Exactly.
B&B or something. like that.
Exactly.
Okay, yeah, okay, that's fair, yeah.
Jerry?
The loan component, is there terms on that?
It's still being worked out, so yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
but yeah,
And that's, we want it, that's 5 now, you want it to go to 10,
we would like that, but that,
and the 25 is to go to 50? Yes, and then any money left over remains and it's a top up to 50 or 25 again.
That's the original plan when this first started was, yes, we put 25 in and it was supposed to be topped up every year back to 25 at budget time.
Okay.
That did not happen. So
So what would happen if you had, and I'm just thinking, 25, like we had 25. What happens if the loan side was 25 and you just kept them equal at 25 and a 25?
we can do anything the council wants. The one thing about the loan is, I will say, I'm not sure, Bob, maybe because I reviewed these closer than I have, but I don't know if we've had a loan yet.
No, we haven't.
No, so terms, as per Councillor Doherty's question, the terms of the loan haven't quite been ironed out yet. That's what we're in progress.
I just was curious.
And we'll probably have to talk to Fed man over here.
And
For some of them.
and follow up from that, does the repayment on the loan go back into that reserve fund?
Yes,
Okay,
Yes.
so it's kind of, okay.
So is this taxpayers' money or is this coming out from a grant somewhere? Just a question.
up once again through you, Mr. Mayor, up to us, if you want to
Oh,
put it through
okay.
the levy or if you want to take it out of OMPF.
Oh,
Um,
okay. No, I was just curious.
I think it's something to your point, well, because we don't, it's not a one-off. This is going to be something going forward, so
It's a line item.
a line item exactly, but to that point, if you wanted to just do the top up with something like that, and then we could, or sorry, do the full amount of the 50 or 25, whatever it is here. Right, and then going forward, take it from tax levy to retop it up. Do you know what I'm saying?
I don't know what the best idea is.
Or if you want, like I said, if
Like
you
I
want to throw the
think, I've
25
had
or
this thing
50 on.
go, and I think it's kind of like, so even with mine there, the grants are grants, so we're taking them from grants, so as much as it's coming. Like, I think if it's tied to the OMPF.
I think, and just because, like I said, to your point, we haven't had one yet. I don't know how busy or used the loan component would be, especially if we're offering matching dollars. I'm not saying that nobody would, but it's been there for a couple of years and I don't think even the people that did it, have they expressed any interest in the loan
Not to my knowledge.
component exactly?
Before they were giving money away almost where now, if it was an interest-free loan for
Mhm.
25 grand, they might be interested if they're gonna have to pay 8 or 9 or 7, whatever the percentage is, it might be something inviting for them now, so. And like I say, I still think if it was tied, it's a grant, so if it was tied to the OMPF and the OMPF goes away, we can relook at this and say, hey, I don't want to tax for it. You know, we let it go then. And that's the same with the other things that I brought forward. I think for as much as it's taxed, it's a grant that we receive. And I remember one year bringing one of them out that year they were talking about getting rid of OMPF. So at least that lets us rethink it. If the OMPF went away, we can rethink and say, hey, you know what, maybe this is too rich for us. Let's adjust it. Or Gary?
So if it's a line item, it becomes a budget item, so it's renewable on an annual basis. If we don't want to go on with the program, we just don't put any more money in it.
Yeah, it's just, yeah.
I'm not seeing the problem on that side, but I'd be prepared to make a motion to increase it to 50,000 and then get a policy around the loan component, the maximum. And the top up, and like if we
That,
can.
yes, that, yeah, I think you'll see all that because you'll have to go to, it'll probably come here to our council for final approval in terms of the township CIP. And then it'll have to go through, I know it has to go through the county official plan as well.
Because that was one of the things that did come out during my days on the road there prior to election was, why is it only Havelock? So you're correcting that problem, which is just going to expand it to how many, I don't know. Cadova's the obvious answer there. I don't know, Jack. I don't know who might take advantage of it, but this is HBM period now. Yeah. So I'll make that a motion if
For 50K.
up at the 50 and
And as I said, we got a meeting here in about an hour, but I think there's 2 or 3 applications there that are totaling somewhere between 10 and 15,000 that are coming right now. So
we just need some parameters around it. We'll do that in a separate thing, or when we get feedback.
well, I think the ones that are in the queue here now A, I don't think they're loans. And B, they're all in town, so I mean, they'd be covered under the CIP that
The
are.
loans is one of these, you just need an expiration date.
I'm just saying I could get, the ones that are here, the new CIP would cover, or the old CIP would cover what they're doing.
So the thing for today is to get the numbers in place and then all the details will be worked out as far as before it's ever
So
issued.
they gotta come back to us with that proposal as to how they
So
want to
for
break
today,
it.
the motion would be the 50K.
Increase it to 50 from 25, yes.
And for purposes of the budget, where would you like to fund this from?
Just a minute, OMFP was, sounds like a good one, not out of tax dollars,
Sure, so I'm hearing that it was somehow here. If it's somewhere else that for some reason I can't see in the spreadsheet, I'd be taking from somewhere and putting it somewhere else, but quite honestly, I don't know where it was budgeted, and maybe I heard that wrong.
No, yeah, I don't know, you might not even find it. The last number I heard was somewhere around 2,500. I don't know if that was you that gave me that or Kayla or somebody, but
$2,500.
or probably last 2,200 or maybe even like around $2,000.
It was 25. Oh, okay,
In the CIP account,
okay.
but no real.
So if we use the OMPF for
Where
the
the money went.
yeah, it saves you, because that's almost a 1% increase in the tax levy, so,
Right.
so
through chair, there is no CIP account.
no,
Yeah,
so it's creating one.
So it's gonna have to be 50, not 25, then, is that what you're saying?
no, through you, Chair. I can add the 50, that's great. So are you envisioning, is council envisioning this being a reserve, another,
I think,
like a new reserve as well?
yeah, I think you need it, yeah.
Yeah, so it'd be a line item, like a transfer to the community improvement plan every year, top up, I assume, just like the other ones, but for this year,
50.
we create the community improvement plan reserve and there would be a line item saying transfer to the CIP 50,000. Okay.
Is that okay with you, Bob? Cover me?
Yeah.
Okay, and so that was moved by Jerry, seconded by Kathy. All in favor? And that's carried. Okay, the next item, Jerry, you had the GPS. You had asked a question there, Bob, did you? Is Peter here or?
I don't think we got a quote on the GPS.
Yeah.
That was strategic plan, I believe, and we do have a quote.
Yeah, so through you, Mayor Martin, when we did council priority listing back the end of 2022. Councilor Doherty did raise the idea of having vehicles GPS. I did get an approximate from one of our colleagues in Payroll County and one of our neighboring townships. The approximate cost is $3,300 per vehicle plus $1,000 monitoring fee per vehicle
Annually.
annually.
Through you, Mayor Martin. So the GPS, you just wanted to keep it to see where everybody is going? Is that what the GPS was for?
Well,
Or-
I don't have the staff here to comment on it, but would it
He's
not?
here.
We have
On here.
we have a huge area. And if we know where our equipment is, can we better utilize it better? But that's quite costly.
Right.
But that's an initial cost of 33. They'll remain in the vehicle for 10 years, I guess, right? So, or whatever. It just goes in once, right?
Yep.
It's the monitoring cost. And the other thing is that if you wanted to, and if we have the new computer system, you can actually show where your snowplow is, or where your grader is, and it is to reduce the overall contact. So people are informed as to what we're doing, but it's quite prohibitive.
Through you, Mayor Martin, would a logbook not work the same way?
No. You can't
Well,
see it.
Yeah, but the logbook is kept in the vehicle, so when they get in, they mark down the kilometers, they say where they're going. The next person does, it doesn't matter who gets in the vehicle, it's a logbook, that's how you keep track, well, the paper way of keeping
But
track.
that's not,
Cheaper.
insurance wise, it doesn't work as far as what so when I used to do this in the region, they had GPS on all the dump trucks and for insurance reasons, it's a great thing. It's expensive. Is Peter, are you on there?
Yes, through you, Mayor Martin. Yes, I'm here.
So So you talked, when we talked about this one other time there, you were talking about that mesh program. Are those tablets gonna track too? Like, will they give us all that data? How do they work? Is that a totally different thing or?
Through you, Mayor Martin, I can do some more homework on the GPS with the mesh. They do have their own system, but as you were saying, the main reason or the bonus part here with the GPS on the tandem trucks, the snow plows, is they monitor if the plow is down and if you're actually putting material down on the road and the times that you're on that road. So it's all recorded where you were, when you were, and what you were doing with the snow plow truck. So I understand it is a lot of money, but for liability, it sure can help out down the road.
So this is another thing that could be phased in, like, you know, as far as like you have 4 dump trucks to start off to see, it's that monitoring thing, the $1,000 a unit. Is it $1,000 a unit, or would that be like the ones that I'm familiar with, the supervisor would come out at the end of the shift, plug the computer into the GPS, download all the stuff off of there. Like, I don't know why we can't do that ourselves. So I think it's something to start looking at here and start to try and implement. But it would be nice to have a little more detail on that $1,000 part of it, like to buy the unit, that's not really, you know, a computer's a couple $1,000. I mean, so it's not a big deal there. Your cell phone's a couple $1,000. So it's just that monitoring, if it's $1,000 a unit, you know, it's still not a lot to have that. I know people that have used these for insurance and it's saved their skin. But it's just to get into it. So if there was a way of doing it to get it into the dump trucks to start with and see if you want to expand it through the rest of the fleet. But if mesh could take care of some of that stuff, it would be better too, because it's new to us. So Jerry? Go ahead.
Yeah, true. Maybe Peter has an answer, but we have a mass area and we have connectivity problems. Will the GPS system be able to cover our whole area without interruptions? Because if they can, it's kind of an exercise of futility.
I think it's cool. I think it's satellite. I'm not sure.
Well, through you, Mayor Martin, I think that's a good question. We don't know the answer to that question. Again, this quotation was just from one of our colleagues, so we haven't received a proper quotation, but we could certainly ask them.
If I could do a follow-up, I think I'd like to. I guess there's a separate meeting going on.
Sorry, no, I'm just trying to think of the GPS. Like, you're right. That's the stuff we need to know, I think.
So,
Where's the signal gonna come from?
okay, so through you, man. So if someone would just give me a little leeway, we have them in the vehicles where I previously was employed. And if you give me a little, because I know they even talk how long you're idling. They track everything. Let me just see where they got it, how it is. You know, the other thing is like the Sirius radio in my husband's SUV, cuts out as soon as we get to Durham. So, you know, and again, it's satellite. So let me just check part of this for you. Like, I'll look into it. I'm interested too, Jerry. I am.
If it was my item that brought it up, and I'm more than happy to shift it to next year and then start the process of getting more information. Your information would be valuable because I think it's too much to take on in 2023. We're a little close to the finish line here. Spend enough money. Money's not a problem. We just pull it out of OMPF.
Okay, Peter, go ahead.
Yes, through you, Mayor Martin. I just reviewing my emails here as well. So the last one I have from Data Advantage or Mesh software, they received the information on what kind of controllers we have in our trucks, and they are going to. He's brought in another salesperson there, and they are going to be in touch with us with some pricing and a demo if we would like. So if you'd like me to carry on and we can get a demo and some more firm pricing, we can do that.
Yeah, for 20.
Right, through you, Mayor Martin, just to support Councillor Doherty's suggestion. I think that's a good idea. Why don't we do our homework and then bring it to 24 budget? At that point, we know exactly what our numbers.
If I can do one follow, I don't know whether anybody else has received this particular observation from our taxpayers. All they see is trucks going up and down, and we don't know where they're going. And they're doing very good work and it's necessity. But if we had a mechanism where we can actually say, oh, this truck's, yes, and they did this, and they did this, two different departments or two different issues. I think it allows us a lot more to be able to plan our work, but 2024 is good for me.
Okay.
So, through you, Mayor Martin, so that's for parks and public works?
Any vehicle that we
And,
have, you could attach them to them all, you can attach it to the dump trucks, you can put it to
Half-ton
the
truck?
grader.
Half-ton trucks?
Yeah, like you can do it with anything.
Well, Peter just said that the gentleman is willing to come to talk to us,
Mhm.
so.
Yeah, so we'll plan on for
Maybe-
2024, if Peter can start the process going and bring a
He's
report
gonna
back
get
to
some
us.
information.
Yeah, I'll
about
go
it.
back too, because like I said, because of, like, we were in an environmental stuff, so one of the young fellow.
I was speaking.
Oh, I'm
So
sorry.
I thought,
No, actually, I'm not, and everybody just keeps cutting me off.
okay,
So let me finish, please. Peter has already stated that the gentlemen would like to come, and I would like to see that this year, not next year. Well, I don't understand why we keep putting everything off to another
no,
year,
that's not,
another year.
yeah,
Like, if it's on the table now, if it's a couple of months from now, then fine. I'm just, I don't get it.
so what it is so we start working towards the next budget to buy. them.
Yes, I get
Unless-
that,
So, but this guy will come
yes.
this year to give us a report. I mean, we'll have a better understanding of how much they're gonna cost.
Yes,
Okay,
thank you.
go ahead.
Sorry to add to that, and I do apologize, Bev. No, we just use them they can tell you how far they've gone, what time the vehicle actually starts.
Yeah.
Idling time, everything, so, and I will add to Peter's report.
Okay. All right then, so
Thank you.
a motion to direct staff to.
Yep.
A motion to direct staff to bring back a report on the GPS system and how we could implement it. Moved by Jerry, second by Kathy, all in favor, and that's carried. Okay, the next item on your Kathy, you had the composter, you had.
So, and I've talked to Councillor Doherty because one of them was his constituent. I've been approached a few times about the food cycle composter. Again, going back to our presentation, it is $10,000. We do get a grant. The community is really, and not just in town. I've got some people come up that want to use it, the smaller ones. Anyways, I'd like to know if I could have a motion that I would be backed by the council to proceed with the food cycle program.
So you can make the motion and I can see if there's. a
Okay, can
second.
I make the motion and to have the backing of the council?
Okay.
Question.
Yeah.
Can you outline, I know we had the presentation, but what kind of program are we implementing?
Okay, so we will put out $10,000 to buy them. That'll get us up to 100 of them. We have the option of buying, say, 30 small and 70 large. At this point, everyone, and I think I've counted up, I'm up to 16 at this point, they all want the large. So they would pay 300 plus GST. And the only thing they have to do is after, like, they do have to say, do a survey. Because the company wants to know how good this is environmentally or whatever. So basically, we put out a thing saying who's interested. Have asked if I could go to Celebrate Havelock with it. If you're interested, sign up. And it's just I think it's a 16-week or 12-week program where at the end of it, you just fill out your survey, say if you're happy or not, but they still keep it like at the end.
So how many,
That's for 100 units.
That's for 100 units and, okay, and Norwood Asphodel just joined the program too, like so far, like. It doesn't matter about the size, I guess is what I'm saying, of your community, because they're even smaller than we are. But I think it's the same for everyone, it's the 100 units.
You can get 50, 100 or
Yeah, because a couple of townships, they
Grand
get,
Lakes is bigger, they're like.
yeah, and they've done it 3 times now, theirs has been successful, they've done it 3 times.
Okay.
But it's one time commitment of 10,000.
I've had a couple of emails asking. One was telling me that Norwood had it, the other one was questioning why we didn't go for it, and I said, we haven't even talked about it yet. We had the people come and tell us about it. Hearing lots of good things around them, so it's, I thought it was more than 10,000, so the 10,000. To get into the program, it's a lot better than I thought.
And through you, Mayor Martin, just to clarify, the 10,000, we buy the units and we own them and then we sell them to the public at a reduced rate. So we subsidize their purchase of
who
them.
does that? You, who's gonna sell them? You? Well, I'm just saying, well, so staff, we staff time involved, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Through you, Mayor Martin. So if we get 100 units, how do we, and we have 200 people that want the units, how are we picking on which 200 people get it? And my second question is that gonna force other people? Like, I'm not sure what this recycling thing, if the whole plan is everybody is gonna have to purchase one of those?
No.
No, so you're not forcing other people into getting this unit.
No, it's an optional thing, but it sounds like they're flying off the shelves, I guess, so. Yeah,
So it is first come, first served.
yeah,
Through you, Mayor Martin, further to that, anyone who's interested registers for the program, so they have to
Yeah.
fill out a form, and it's like an application. And that's how they track who's involved.
Okay, and my only concern is I don't want other residents feeling, I guess, left out or
Yeah.
pushed into something that they really don't want to do, right? And I mean, the units themselves are expensive. It's $800. Yes, you're getting a discount because the township is purchasing that, but they're still $800. And the lifespan on them is really not that long.
where the municipalities are finding their saving is even our dump.
I guess for the dump, yeah, I get it, Jim. I get all that. I
Just the
do.
weight side of it.
Yeah, I just was concerned with, the pressure of, getting one of these machines. And, just the way some people feel towards it, that's all.
Mhm.
Okay,
Is this something that could be looked at under our environmental grant? I'm just concerned because we're opening up a can of worms here, I think, because this is a new technology and it's great and everything. But when the next one comes 6 months from now, somebody else, 5 people say that they like this and really want to get behind it, are we gonna, we're setting a precedent here, right, in terms of where we're going, so I just want everybody to be aware.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
like they're not gonna force other
nobody's gonna
residents to
force
do
it,
it.
it's all volunteer.
That's kind of the way some people are feeling.
They must not
Like,
listen.
well, because that is the way it's going though, Jim. I mean, in Peterborough, they're only collecting the dump now every 2 weeks.
We would be there too.
Are they going, well, that's what I'm saying, right? Have they also went on this program?
No, this is just people that are proactive or trying things different. And this is just.
But
this is-
Peterborough hasn't done that
Not yet.
program either?
It's
But
green,
that's,
I wonder
green.
how they-
it's.
Oh,
green.
but they're
Green.
doing the compost pickup, right?
Yeah,
Curbside
Gotcha.
compost.
Yeah,
and that may come
Hasn't
here
started
too,
yet.
so, but for this year, it's an option.
what?
Hasn't
So-
started yet.
Well,
So anyways, it's $10,000.
running to my point,
Yeah.
is it something could be run through the environmental program? It's an environmental issue,
Through what environmental program?
our grant, environmental grant.
Can it?
Through you, Mayor Martin, that's absolutely at the discretion of council. We have allocated $10,000 to the environmental grant. If you wish to allocate those $10,000 to this program,
For lake associations also.
well, that's up to
It can
council.
come from council initiatives in the end, like, the $10,000, that's a perfect example of the council initiative. These are the things that pop up, like.
Okay, so, sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, so. Just for further clarification, then the environmental reserve that we have then is just for the lakes. Okay,
Waterfront,
okay, I didn't know that, so
Yeah.
maybe we should stipulate that.
that's what it said in there.
No, through you, Mayor Martin, it was initiated as a result of requests from the lake associations. However, if someone within the township came up with an environmental concern or an issue, we would fund that as well. It's not strictly for the lakes.
I'd have to reread the policy, but for this here, this is an example that, we could take it from council initiative, even though it's just created. We can take 10,000 from it to help, get it going. That's another option. If you wanted to put that in there, that the 10,000 would come from
Yeah,
the.
just.
Go ahead.
Councilor Tom. If we were to proceed with this, I think it's a good idea. I understand that there's a lot of people using this, but there have been some other comments made, and like I said, to the mayor's point, I think if we do that, yeah, do it as a one-time thing or
it would be one time anyway.
Yeah.
Yes, me. So clarification is, yes, it is a one-time event. We are the fourth township, smaller township to be involved. It's strictly first come, first served and voluntary only. There's no pressure. I don't want anyone to feel that they're pressured to buy one of these. Everyone so far has came to me.
Yeah.
And I think other people. So no, there's no pressure in a one-time event.
I don't think it's so much the pressure. It's just, as I said, it's maybe other people would like to do something different, right? So, and they don't have the ability, like, or don't want to buy a composter, but they'd like to do something else, or we can offer that program for them or whatever it is. So,
So when they come to us with that initiative,
okay, no, what I'm just saying, there's just something that we have to realize that we've done this
Yes.
for one, so we might have to do it for all.
right, there will be other initiatives. I mean, technology is changing daily, right? So,
Mhm.
yeah, thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, all the other townships are using the same company, I believe, so there's only one thing in that. So far, yeah. And if I may, just add a little clarification around the gentleman's presentation, because I asked a question that got misconstrued. Is I asked where they were manufactured, not to find out that they were, which he answered, find out the reason for that comment was they're new machines, 1-year warranty. And if we're going to have a supply chain problem from not being able to get it in North America, we're supporting this. So it's like we're kind of in the forefront. That was the reason for my comment. It has nothing to do where they were manufactured, although people may have misconstrued the information. Is because I don't want to be behind it if these machines are breaking down every 6 months. And you got to take another 6 months or a year to get supply chain. That was my reason for the questions. For all those who are sending in those emails, thank you very much.
So we have a mover that we would use the council initiative to fund the $10,000. Do I have a seconder for that? So. Okay, seconded by Councilor Doherty. All in favor of the. So, okay, thank you. The next step, you
Through you, Mayor, just for
sorry.
clarification, so where are we funding this?
From the council initiative that's just created.
Yeah.
The extra 5 we threw in, it's gonna help. Okay.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
So the next item is, Bev, you had mentioned about a dog park at that discussion that we had back at the end of the year.
Yes.
So there again, do you have any more information on how you would like to do it, or?
I actually haven't started on anything because I was told I can't do it this year. It has to wait till next year.
Who,
At the budget, first meeting that we had, there was no park for this year. It was next year. So I didn't actually do.
so we can work on, and I'm scared to say to you, we can work on it for next year.
No, I don't want.
No,
it on
but
next
if
year,
you want
I'd love
to, but if
do
you
it.
want to start working on it this year, then
Yes.
to bring us something,
Sure.
some more ideas on it, on how we could do something like that.
Sure.
There's always an opportunity, but you know, we just bring the information on what we need to
Okay.
try and do
We'll have
something
that
like
for
that.
you.
We've had this talk before from the past. There's been other suggestions about dog parks. It's just we need to know you know, the details on how to do it and where we're gonna get the money from. So,
Yep, through you, Mayor Martin. This is where I'm a little bit confused on everything. And I'll add up a whole bunch of things, like the conceptual plan at the park. And then you got basketball field, you got the dog park or whatever. Is there not a company that can come in and say, well, this would be a good spot over here and maybe put that over there? Like, I'm not understanding how to even like look and how to get a dog park going. I mean, I had my own ideas. I could probably use right the soccer field. I could even put a basketball court at the soccer field, that empty space there. And as for the dog park at the Rotary, I mean, right now it's overrun by geese, right? So you get the dogs down in there, the geese they'll disappear, they'll go somewhere, hopefully. But
So-
that's all I'm saying, like, I don't know where I can put a dog park, because I don't know
So
what.
work with Ryan and staff and see what the best way and maybe see what parks like you're saying. I know what you're saying with Rotary
Like,
Park. I
there's all
thought of
kinds of
that too.
Yeah, and I
Um,
don't know your other areas of where I could put a park there.
Yeah, like it's one of those things that, you know, and you're gonna hit all kinds of different things. Like there's for everyone that wants a dog park, there's gonna be somebody else that's gonna say. I've had several emails from people about our park and dogs in them. But that's why it would be nice, maybe if there was a spot created that was specifically for dogs, it would have to be a fenced in area.
Yep.
And that's where I think the big cost was. I did see a number somewhere and it was pretty hefty. But I think it's probably fencing, but they're a popular thing. And I think if you work with that, you can probably come up with something and I would.
So the planning department, is that where I
I
go?
think it would be the Parks
Oh, is it?
Department, I would imagine.
What's
That's where
part-
I would start there and they'll send you in the right direction.
Well, I actually did ask Ryan about the dog thing, and he said he's just gonna fence where the trees are,
Where,
right beside the arena.
oh.
That
well,
didn't make
that-
sense to me, but that's the answer I got.
Okay,
So I'm not sure.
and maybe that is the best spot, I don't know.
Oh, wow. I mean, we're talking a dog park. I mean,
But you've
wouldn't
had
be
some
able to-
other suggestions, I'm sure, like, so that's something I would say to bring it back with a, follow up on it.
Yes.
Because there's lots of different types out there too, when you're saying dog park.
Yes.
Do you want a dog run? Do you want a dog park? Do you want to,
Dog
so
park
bring back
is
some
good.
suggestions and.
Okay. I will look into that.
Yeah, and through you, yeah, please do. And
Yeah.
through you, Mayor Martin, the planning department would be involved as well. We want to make sure the zoning is appropriate for
Okay.
wherever location we would choose to put this. So there'll be multiple departments involved, but
Okay.
we're happy to help if council so chooses to have a dog park.
If you're so. Well, a big dog park and little one.
There you
Big dogs, so
And
little dogs.
Okay,
It's all in the one park.
all right then, so, all right, well, that's all I have on my list here for the council side of things, so now we'll go back into Art, go ahead,
I got a couple other things there.
okay?
Just quickly, Lionel, since we're separating things out, I don't know where Fish Derby's, located. I have been in Mid maybe, but anyways. Get that separated out.
Exactly. Through you, Chair, could any of this be in the economic, I'm just guessing, economic development?
Maybe,
That might have been.
no, maybe, I have no idea where it is, but,
It's bad.
and I don't know, last year, I think. I'm not even gonna get into it. Yeah, just basically I needed an extra line item for the Fish Derby and then that I'd like that to be it. I've got 2.5K because the fish delivery and everything tend to be around 17 to 1800, and then we have a little bit extra for prizes or whatnot for the kids.
These are room in the economic. It's,
Oh, well, yeah, that's not a huge expense.
no,
There
that's a
would-
council initiative thing too.
Right, I was just gonna say that.
Mr. Mayor, we had it last year, did we not, and the year before that? Yeah, so it's not a case that we hadn't set money aside for, it's a case we just can't just find exactly what account we took it out of, so it isn't really a new item, it's just kind of adding,
Yeah.
unless last year's budget was substantially.
Yeah, but I don't think we ever budgeted. I don't think we ever.
It might have, it could have been economic development and it could have been council initiative, so.
But I'm just saying, I've
Yeah.
never seen it. Maybe this is to our point in the budget stuff, like it's
Yeah.
not itemized, right, in terms of something there, so.
I don't know.
Sure, it seems to me like it may be not a line item by itself, but I think it would, as CEO said, council initiatives would fit like economic development, so
Well, that's what I was getting at is, to me, because it is ongoing, it should be with that dev with its own line. Right, in terms of, there it is,
Yeah, that's,
because
it's
Sherry,
an
I
annual expense.
don't know if Sherry will be running it, but imagine she'll be promoting it, so.
yeah. Is there? In the active reserve, we don't know what's in there, but for $2,500, I'm sure. Hopefully there's enough in there to,
Yeah, future, we don't have an active reserve.
okay,
There's an annual budget amount, so I'm sure
we can find the $2,500 in there. Well, I don't think through chair that we need to add $2,500.
Okay,
Thank you for that.
so that's not gonna affect any tax rate or anything like that. You're gonna find it somewhere. I'd like to bring that up.
That's all right. You want me to keep
Go ahead.
asking for money?
You're doing pretty good.
Okay, I'm gonna keep doing that. So, project, hasn't really come to dev. We got a meeting here in an hour, but one thing we were looking at doing, in creating, I guess we said like Havelock signage. We talked about it in the budget earlier. So one of the things we've been talking about doing here along the highway was, kind of a history of Havelock, or Sherry refers to it as the pillars of Havelock. So it'd be kind of, we haven't set on this, so whatever I say in terms of numbers and whatnot isn't set in stone. So the idea would be, be 4 or 2 signs out there, kind of stones, and each side of the stone, we would have, I guess there would be 4 signs, what we talked about. So one would be, you have your history of Havelock, town of Havelock, history of Havelock-Belmont-Methuen, history of mining in Township of HBM, and the history of the railroad in HBM. And it'd be located somewhere along the highway, preferably up by the kiosk for Chamber of Commerce, the parking and whatnot, and the picnic tables and whatever it'd be. Like I said, maybe 2 or 3 stones. We're looking at having either Unimin or Drain be involved, so hopefully we can source the stone work and some of the work from them. Just to get it there, something for people to, coming through on the highway, presents the town in a favorable light. I don't know. I guess I can go on and on, but I'm kind of tired.
So what are you saying though? What are you looking for money?
Well,
That's the bottom line.
25K.
25,000?
25.
It'll be 25K maybe next year too.
Can we refer that to next year?
No, it is what it is. So
A future, there's,
I'll go back to the committee in 30 minutes and tell them you said no, so it's no problem.
It's okay,
6 people there,
no matter.
who's your counting?
Sorry, Lana, which,
that's good. So right now in admin, there's signage project for 12.5. So I'm guessing that it would be an additional 12.5. And it may be an ACDEV, and that's something I could talk to Sherry about. So it's possible that's been in ACDEV before.
No, the 12.5 is there, but that's already spoken for, because we're looking at is doing the 6 gateway signs. So and probably that might end up being more than 12.5, so I'll be back asking for more. This is a separate project, hasn't been started yet.
So we need numbers to work with and not just guesstimates. We need a report to come with how much it's gonna be. And
Okay.
well, that would be helpful.
Okay.
So,
Obviously, we budgeted for a number of things here that we didn't have a cost on today, so I thought mine was pretty fair, but anyways.
Through you, Mayor Martin. So these big rocks and stones you want to do, or?
This is, once again, the idea hasn't really been finalized per se, right? So I'm figuring we can get this done. It might even be less than 50.
Yeah.
But given what we worked with in Matheson over there in terms of the price range and the way everything's gone up, I'd like to say that I can do this for 15 or 20, but just not with the cost of everything today, right? And in terms of what's over there, that was kind of put out in terms of, because we've got Drain and we've got Unimin, so we can, as I said, we can source the stone.
Mhm.
But we could put anything. You could put a steel sign over there.
Yeah.
We haven't settled on what it is. It's more of the history of Havelock presented. We've got areas over there where tons of people stop, picnic all the time. Give them something to look at, right? So
Jerry, go ahead.
but they, like, you think you have tablet form, like,
yeah, I guess when we do the stones, it'd be, I guess the ideal, I don't know if it'd be 4 or 2 with the double sided, and then we'd have probably a metal sign kind of fixed to the stone.
okay.
And then with a little,
Gotcha.
a little walk path, maybe that takes you from the kiosk up around each sign, back around.
Thank you.
So there was one of these similar idea that we had years ago. And where it was supposed to be located and it would be a lot cheaper. Is on the back of the gateway sign. If you notice, it's not finished on the back. There was talk at one time of putting a little roof off of the back side of the sign. And putting all of this sort of stuff on it. And it was just, and it would be a lot cheaper than that. As far as plaques to go on the back of the sign, but that was years ago, but I don't.
No, thank you. And to your point, Mr. Mayor, it's a good point. As I said, none of this is set in stone.
Mhm.
So we can do that. We can do something different, right? To me, it was just something in terms of ECDev wanting to promote the township for people that come here, because as of, you know, right now, I guess we have the sign, but even with the chamber, now they're back now, so the kiosk is open more often than it used to be, but there'll be times when when I worked at the garage, people would come over and say, is there anywhere I can get a flyer or something about what's going on here in town? Because if the kiosk isn't open, there's really nothing there, right? So if you had signage or.
So we're early enough into the discussion. Does it really have to be a budget item or I'm sure we can find it like by the time you get to the point. So what I was gonna ask, so that money, remember the money for the sign by the kiosk that we were talking about with PCAD years
Right,
ago?
yeah.
Did we put money away for that?
No, I think we waited for Tracy.
Okay. Okay. All right.
So
Okay.
three of us were, yeah, by all means, I just wanted to present this to council. If people want to give me put the money there this year, that would be great. But it is something, like I said, we've talked about at ECDev and getting the feeling that we would like to proceed there. So maybe to your point, if we could get maybe which is hard because I don't really know what you want to put there, right? So in terms of getting a costing, do you want the stones? Do you want just a normal sign? Do you want to go up on the back of?
So let's get a report. I think it's something that we can do midstream. Something can come up, we can figure it out. Let's get a plan in place from the committee, what they want.
Based on doing the math and sign over there, I could get you the 4x8 steel signs. So 4 of them, I can have them for $8,000. Probably less than, probably $7,000. So anything besides that would be how you fixed it, right? So whether it be to a rock or to posts, and if you had to put sonotubes in the rest of it, engineer the whatever for a sign like we did up there. Or we can get Drain or somebody in here and fix them to rocks. I don't know. But I'm saying the overall cost on it. To me, wouldn't be more than 40 or 50, like that's a high number.
So to you, Mayor Martin, is there already a sign there, like one of those clear ones where you put the paper in and it shows, is there one there?
Yeah, right next to the kiosk.
Oh, okay.
But it's dilapidated. And I think the piece of paper that's in there is from probably 2009.
Yeah, because I was just at Campbellford
Yeah.
on the weekend in their park and they have a great big huge one. And it was paper, what they put in it, but it explained why the toonie is there. That's something to do with the
So I
toonie
think,
anyway.
once your committee comes back, I'm not hearing any of us say that we don't want the
No,
thing, and we'll find it somehow. I don't think it has to be the budget. I think it's you know, if you have a thing there, I think we're all looking for the same thing, so.
And I apologize, I don't have more, but as I said,
That's
these are
good.
things that aren't really up to me to decide, like what it looks like and that are probably gonna be decided at the committee level, right? So
Yeah.
I wish I had more info for you, but
No, that's
I
fine.
tried
No,
to
that
give you the
sounds good.
gist of what's going on here.
Yeah,
Okay.
that sounds good.
Mayor Martin, I like the idea of the 4 pillars and
Mhm.
getting something all encompassing and the other part of it is let's do it right.
Yeah.
And maybe if we have to do it over 2 years, it's better to do it right over 2 years and do it wrong in a hurry and get something that we maybe not as happy.
Yeah, this
with.
is.
And I commend your committee, get back to us. I like the idea, I really do. Now, if we can just get an electrical station in there for charging cars beside you, you can draw more people.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councilor Doherty. Yeah, and this is not something that we were planning on doing this summer.
Yeah.
We're in the, as I said, the initial stages of planning here, and
Yeah.
to your point, if we're gonna do something, let's do it right and make it look good, right? So.
Okay, did you have anything else? You're on the roll.
We're gonna have more meetings though, right?
No, we're going on holiday there.
Yeah. So, okay, so
I'll leave it at that.
So as far as all of the things that we've been through now, is there anything that's outstanding before we finish up today? you know, in this document here, is there anything that's not?
Other than the sewer.
So we have the water and sewer.
Water, sewer to do with that, you mean other than that?
Yeah, like all of the other stuff, the capital and all the other departments and operating, if that part of it's done and we just gotta focus on the water and sewer.
Mayor Martin, and the Parks Department, they had a vehicle on there. Did we decide whether or not that they were getting?
We haven't pulled it yet. If that's what
Okay.
you're-
No, I was just wondering, because I
Yeah.
don't recall us talking about that. Okay.
Just, yeah, so that's what I'm saying now. If there's anything there that you know, you want changed, speak now.
Now, okay, can we go
yeah.
through the operating?
Yeah.
We started, let's give you the sheet. Please.
What time is your meeting?
3:30.
Because I gotta
Yeah, no
tomorrow.
problem. We talked about this.
What page?
I got. It's rating on here, so we'll start at,
Is Ray on it? Yeah, staff is on there.
is he, well, he can fire them.
Or actually, you know, very good.
So.
Where did we start now?
Hold on,
Started,
I guess roads. Public works. I think it was right there. Okay. 102.
Oh, sorry, I was waiting for. Okay, so, I don't know, this was 2 meetings ago, I think, asked for this, but just, the budget, 2022 budget, 405, actual 360, and then we're at 473 for the 2023 budget. Now, I think I was told that we've added an employee. Is that correct? Anyone?
Peter's on there.
Peter?
Can answer that question. I believe that is correct.
Yeah, it's like.
Okay,
Yes, through you, Mayor Martin. Yeah, so we did add a full-time employee and so we don't have any more contract employees. I did, and Lionel did help me out with this as well too, but in that personnel, so it includes the summer student, includes all of our wages, our overtime, includes CPP, WSIB, health, our owners, benefits, mileage, education, trainings. There's quite a list that is included in that personnel line item there. I hope that helps to explain that, Deputy Mayor.
kind of. Page 103, roads operating wages. Who's that?
Yes, so again, through you, Mayor Martin, so that is the wages that is on page 104. So those wages go with all of the snow plowing, the grading, the patching, sweeping, debris and litter. That's where those wages come into effect.
They're being paid to our employees, right? Or to contractors?
No, through you, Mayor Martin, maybe Lionel could jump in here as well, but don't know, they are for our employees doing those operating GLs on page 104.
In future, yes, that's correct. Any wages to our own employees that are
they report to time, so any that are reported in the activities on page 104, that's their wages for those activities that are, if they're allocated or they sign that this day I was doing X, just through payroll.
Okay,
So are they
I
on
don't-
top? They're not on top of that, say, 473.
Do you chair? On page 102 and 103. They are components of the total personnel expenses.
Okay,
So it's page 102 plus page 103,
okay.
the total.
okay, yeah, I was confused where. The payroll was only around 400,000 for 7 employees,
Yeah.
right? Now, back to the numbers, Pete, budget 405, 360. I take it to 67.9 is what we're paying our new employee.
We can't get into that.
Oh. Okay, roughly, we added 1 employee. So if I add the 2 of those together, I'm at about 430. I'll even give you an extra 10 or 15 to 440, but 473.
If we're gonna get into individuals, we'll have to,
It's not individuals, it's the whole
Okay.
department. My whole point is that whatever I take on a percentage, the pay, that's 70,000. I don't know, you're looking, on me, it says you're looking somewhere between 10 and 15%. On a raise for personnel. Well, I'm not okay with that. I'm more in the, what everybody else gets is 3 to 5. I would be willing to go as high as 5%, but. The department's just kicking it up 10 to 15%. And we'll get to parks in a minute, so.
Through you, Mayor Martin, to Deputy Mayor, the wages, full-time and projects, et cetera, overtime is out of there as well, Deputy Mayor. So, and the bank time payout is coming out of that account as well. So, I think I want to say across the board, it would be a lot of the overtime that is accounted for the increase this year, as well as, like I say, as we did add the 1 full-time staff and deleted the contract position, summer and winter contract positions. So looking at what Lionel has printed out here for me, it appears to be that there's the overtime throughout banked overtime payouts and straight overtime payouts and the wages full-time and the projects as well.
okay, but okay. Yeah, I don't want to get in. Yeah.
I make it general.
Make it general.
Well, I just,
Yeah.
what I said before in terms of. We were 45 below last year. We've taken on the extra 67, that's fine, but. To me, there's fat there to be trimmed. There's 20 or 30 that we could take over.
Okay.
And everyone.
Yeah, like, we're gonna get into, like I said, all of these things are gonna be dealt with when we do the pay review again, like we just did the pay review. Like, so,
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we've been through this a lot. Our employees are treated very well. They're paid very well. They can't be allowed to just give themselves pay
they
raises.
didn't, this was, we don't do anything like that, they don't give their raise, we did a process to go through we paid a lot of
It
money.
may not be a raise, but there's more money allocated to the budget for personnel. So I mean, if they want to work overtime.
There's
or whatever,
something there that
they're-
you're probably not seeing, that's all, I just.
That's okay. I'll just leave it at that. I'm not happy with handing out. Whatever it is, 10 to
We
15,
passed the
10 to
thing.
15% pay raises for personnel in these departments.
That's
10 to
not what it is.
15%.
It's not,
The numbers are right there.
yeah. So,
10 to 15%.
it's not.
It's crazy.
So, okay, so some of these things, when we're getting into this sort of thing here, is something that should probably be in a closed session. If we're gonna get into wages, the way the wages work for council is we did a pay review last year and we passed it, because we got, what did we get? We got like about a 50% increase. As council, we got a huge increase. And it was just due to the pay review. And we're gonna do another pay review here. I think this year we need to do another pay review to try and no, like, because everybody's questioning the pay review. That's all we have.
last year.
I know, and that's it. And that's it. That's the pay review there. So we paid money, we went through a process, we authorized it. And now we're questioning it. That's what we talked about last time, that maybe we need to do a pay review for this term of council now, do another one. So you can go through the proper process, but we can't start telling what wages are supposed to be. We have to, there's a way of doing it, and we did it. And we passed it. All of council passed it last term.
We're here as oversight,
Mhm.
okay? So when this gets put to us, our job is to review it.
Yeah,
and see
we
if it
did.
is- Okay, that's fine, exactly. You've said that a 10 to 15% raise
I
for
don't
these
think-
employees is good with you. You've said it a number of times.
No, I didn't.
You've said it. a
I'm
number of
saying I don't
times.
think it is 10 to
Just by defending
15%.
it, you're saying it.
I don't think it's 10 to 15%. So,
Get your calculator.
so anyways, if we need to go into closed session to talk about this, we can do it next time. Because we're pretty well done here as far as for today. I thought we could have got the budget done today. It's not gonna happen. There seems to be a lot of loose things here still that need to be dealt with. So I don't know what time you're looking at for the meeting tomorrow, like how long you think it's gonna last. Whether you want to finish up some of these things, but there's another meeting coming in here at 3:30. I have another place to be too. I think today would be a good time to call the meeting. And if there's any questions, some of these things can be explained, contact Lionel. So I'm gonna look for a motion that we,
Good. Can I ask one question, sir,
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor? Not to get into a closed session or payroll or anything, but we talked about, I think somewhere in this 170 pages, it talked about a 3% increase in staff overall. My question I have is the 3% on the basic salaries, or is the 3% based on their T4 with the overtime and the buyout? How did we do that in terms
That's your share, it was 3%
on all these?
on the
But thank you, that's how,
salary grid, so to speak.
because that crystallizes the 10 to 15% even. Thank you, thanks.
all right then. So, so with that, I think there's some more questions to be asked, where there's no way we can finish this today. And either, so when you would like another meeting to get through this budget.
Through you, Mayor Martin, just to answer your question, we are scheduled to finish hopefully noonish tomorrow.
So, what's council's thoughts that after lunch, we try and finalize this thing? To be able to come back in May with a. Does that work for everyone after lunch tomorrow? Whether we, after the meeting tomorrow, we take a break and then we come back and try and finish this up? I don't know how much time is involved there, but, so for today, I'm gonna say that, we've been here long enough and, it's, I'll look for a motion to adjourn. Make that comment, seconder. Deputy Mayor Webb, all in favor?